Well, hello, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your patience as we went over our closed session a little bit. We'll go ahead and we have Vice Mayor Marks on the Microsoft Teams. And Vice Mayor Marks, will you please indicate why you will be participating remotely tonight? Oh, she's on mute. The joy of remote life.
Yes, I'm not feeling well, and therefore I would like to participate remotely, if you all agree.
Thank you. Does the council consent? Yeah. Great. Thank you so much. Well, we're happy to have you remotely.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and call this regular meeting to order and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. If you would like, please stand. Thank you. City Attorney, will you please report out on the closed session?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The council did meet in closed session on two matters. One matter of labor negotiations with agency negotiators and represented groups as noted on the agenda, and one matter of real property negotiations with APN and agency negotiators as noted on the agenda. Neither of those items had any reportable action at this time.
Thank you. Well, we are excited. We had to postpone this presentation before, but we're excited to introduce Nicole Vert, the administrative analyst for the fire department. And I believe Fire Chief Tuggle, will you be introducing? All right, come on up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. It's an incredible pleasure to be here before you and introduce staff that's working for the department and for the city and for the community. It's such a privilege as a leader in the organization to be able to share the great staff that are working with us. So real quick about Nicole. Nicole was born and raised here in San Luis County, originally Atascadero. Eventually went to Cal Poly, where she got a degree in business administration, exactly. And then spent quite a few years working for the family business out in Morro Bay at the Hofbrau, where she was the fiscal officer there and raising a beautiful family, which is here to join us. Her husband, Casey, her daughter, Michaela, and just for the record, her other daughter, Adeline, and her son, Kelton, are not here. So good job. And I believe her sister snuck in here as well. So I think we have another family member here. So Nicole came to the city about 3.5 years ago, worked in finance, doing payroll, did such a phenomenal job that when our emergency manager, James Blattler, promoted to, current emergency manager, promoted from analyst, Nicole interviewed for the position and ultimately we are honored to have Nicole in that position. So she's been with us just shy of a year, doing phenomenal work in her off time. She enjoys gardening, mowing the lawn apparently this year, camping and time with her family, and then she also runs or volunteer leader for 4-H up in the North County, where she does an amazing job. And with that, I will pass it off to Nicole for a few words.
Thank you very much. Hi, Madam Mayor and City Councilwomen. I did start in finance and I really enjoyed my time there. And then I since moved to the fire department and has vastly expanded my knowledge of the world of fire. It's a big difference and a lot to learn. It's been a wonderful group of people. I'm very excited to tackle this new role and continue to serve the city of San Luis Obispo. So thank you very much.
All right, and then moving on to Deputy Chief Sammy Fox. Again, another important player in our organization. I'm thrilled that when I came to this organization, Chief Fox was in an acting role, made it very easy to go through the interview process and ultimately promote him into the Deputy Chief position. And real quick, the Deputy Chief position has a lot of value to the organization because it's really the individual who runs the organization day in and day out and makes the business of the fire department work day in and day out. And Chief Fox has done an amazing job in the interim role, and he's doing an even more amazing job now that he actually is in the role officially. Chief Fox is accompanied by his wife, Linda, and his two boys, Landon and Carter. And prior to working for the San Luis City, Chief Fox served time in the U.S. Navy as a corpsman, where he was actually assigned to the U.S. Marines. And he became a EMT and a paramedic during that time in quote unquote the early 90s. I think that's a reference to maybe a long time ago. Since that time, so then in 2000, he actually, or after his time in the Navy, he actually spent some time with several agencies down south, working as a paramedic, ultimately San Diego City Fire Department. In 2000, made the move up here to the Central Coast, and in 2001, we smartly hired Chief Fox to come over to the fire department as a paramedic. He served the department in a bunch of different roles, and I'll just run through the list here because I couldn't memorize them all. He was been a firefighter paramedic, a SWAT medic, paramedic field training officer, engineer, captain, paramedic coordinator, and a battalion chief, and now as the deputy chief for our fire department. Sammy enjoys spending time outdoors, jeeping and hunting with his two boys, Carter and Landon, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you Deputy Chief Sammy Fox.
Thank you, and good evening. Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I'm thankful to be able to stand here before you tonight, and I'm thankful to have the opportunity to serve the community as the Deputy Fire Chief for San Luis Obispo. My career in the fire service has taught me a lot of different things, and one of the lessons that stands out to me tonight as I stand up here is the fact that a team can accomplish a lot more than just an individual. Over the past 23 years of working with San Luis Obispo City, I've had the opportunity to work as part of an amazing group of people that are an amazing team. I can honestly tell you that I wouldn't be standing here tonight if it weren't for all the mentors, the friends, the coworkers, and the teammates that have kind of shaped me and guided me along the way. I've been blessed to work with those folks both within the fire department and throughout the entire city organization. Moreover, I would not be here tonight without the support of my wife, who I can tell you that I've been married to for 25 years today. So happy anniversary, Linda. And my two amazing sons, Carter and Landon. I consider it an honor and a privilege to work alongside Chief Tuggle and the rest of the brave men and women of the San Luis Obispo City Fire Department team. And I look forward to the challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead, both for the fire department and for the city. I'm also excited now to be a part of your leadership team, and I look forward to working closely with all of you in the future. Thank you for your time.
Well, congratulations to both of you. We are so thrilled to have you. Obviously, you've already been here, but, and I will say, our son likes to say that we were born in the late 1900s, so I hear you on that. Gotta love it. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And your team, as much as they can be, are right behind you and cheering you on. So that's fantastic. And happy anniversary. What an amazing silver accomplishment. Well, next we get to do the Hunger Awareness Day proclamation. And yes, Hunger Awareness Day was Friday, but since we didn't have a meeting until today, we're gonna go ahead and do the proclamation today. I think Garrett Olson is here, but I'm not seeing, oh, there, perfect. So I'll go ahead and read the proclamation and then bring that down to you. And we have Molly Kern and Garrett Olson from the Food Bank. So whereas the SLO Food Bank is the lead hunger relief organization in the county, and the SLO Food Bank was founded in 1989 and has provided 34 years of hunger relief throughout the community. The SLO Food Bank provides the vital infrastructure for hunger relief and is the primary source of nutritious, free, and affordable food for over 80 partner nonprofit agencies that feed the hungry. The SLO Food Bank and its coalition partners deliver nutritious food to over 31,000 county residents every month and in every community from Nipomo to San Miguel, on the coast from Los Osos to San Simeon, and to points east, including Creston, Shandon, and California Valley. The SLO Food Bank provides millions of pounds of only the most wholesome nutrition, which advances and promotes important public health outcomes. Now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, proclaim June 2nd, 2023 as Hunger Awareness Day in San Luis Obispo.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart and council members, for shining a light on this vital community issue. Since the start of COVID and persisting to today, our community is experiencing food insecurity at a level we haven't seen in our 34-year history. Over the past several months, historic inflation and the end of pandemic-era emergency allotments delivered yet another crushing blow to our most vulnerable neighbors, and a more than 16% increase in the number of households we are serving year over year. We're honored to provide compassionate hunger relief to more than 31,500 neighbors each month. And it's a feat that we accomplish by prioritizing rigorous nutritional standards to ensure that hard times don't mean sacrificing healthy options, by leveraging our purchasing power to deliver up to 450% more nutritious food than can be purchased at a store, and by nurturing deep partnerships with other nonprofits, educational institutions, and government agencies to maximize our impact. In the city of SLO alone, we are so incredibly grateful to have more than 20 agency partners, as well as hundreds of local volunteers who assist us with direct hunger relief at 11 different in-neighborhood distribution locations every single month. As Garrett mentioned a few months ago, we are also honored to provide partners in the city, including your own police and fire departments, with more than $84,000 worth of no-cook bags, which are designed to specifically meet the needs of our unhoused neighbors. During Hunger Awareness Day last Friday, we were honored to celebrate thousands of individuals and businesses who stepped up to amplify our mission and to continue our recent tradition of organizing in-person CalFresh enrollment assistance opportunities throughout the county, including right across the street at our library in SLO. CalFresh is a vital component in combating hunger, and much work is still needed to overcome our historically low CalFresh enrollment rates throughout this community. Until we reach our CalFresh goals, there are literally millions of dollars from the U.S. Department of Agriculture's SNAP program destined for our community that won't be providing hunger relief to our neighbors and also won't be reaching the cash registers of our local grocery stores and farmers markets. Again, these are millions of dollars that are only available to our community. So thank you again for your kindness, for helping share our story, and for supporting our compassionate mission on Hunger Awareness Day and also throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much. We are so grateful for all the work that the SLO Food Bank does in our county. Next, we get to share about Pride Month, and after we do the proclamation, I'll get to meet Alyssa Dart and Dusty Collier-Worth at the podium. I'll give you your special proclamation you can frame, and you'll have 3 minutes to talk or share. So whereas the City of San Luis Obispo supports the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination, the city honors the history of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, and queer LGBTQ+ liberation movement and recognizes that LGBTQ+ individuals have had an immeasurable impact on the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our city and nation. Excuse me. Pride Month began as a protest against profiling and violence against LGBTQ+ people who continue to face intense struggles to this day. And whereas LGBTQ+ people have historically struggled to find others like themselves in media and their community, and Pride Month serves as a crucial time of visibility and community. Recognition from one's government is crucial for feeling safe in one's community, and the City of San Luis Obispo is intent on ensuring that everyone in San Luis Obispo feels welcome, safe, and has a sense of belonging. Recognizing and celebrating Pride Month influences awareness and provides opportunities to engage in dialogue, to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights for all. Pride Month is a cornerstone of American culture that allows us to lift up our successes while working toward a better, more inclusive, and equitable future. Now, therefore, I, Erica A. Stewart, Mayor of the City of San Luis Obispo, on behalf of the entire City Council, hereby proclaim the month of June 2023 as Pride Month in San Luis Obispo in support of the LGBTQ+ community.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor and Council and staff, for recognizing June 2023 as Pride Month in the City of San Luis Obispo. Now, I hope it comes as no surprise. We are, in fact, queer all year long. So we do also recognize in this proclamation the words that says, this is our moment to focus and uplift the LGBTQ+ community. Pride at its heart is a celebration. It is defiant joy in the face of sometimes uncontrollable and very loud hate. And so when we come and take proclamations like this within a city, that recognition of that defiant joy, that as loud as sometimes hate can seem, that in the city of San Luis Obispo, we cannot hear it over the sound of our joy. So we thank you from the bottom of our hearts for that, especially at this time of unprecedented anti-LGBTQ+ legislation nationwide, to have a government agency step forward and say, no, not here. Hate does not live in the city of San Luis Obispo. It cannot make its home here. So as we come off of our largest, most vibrant Central Coast Pride celebration that we had over this last weekend, thanks in no small part to the partnership and recognition that we have from our partners here in the city of San Luis Obispo. We do thank you and also look forward to the continued work ahead. Pride, the other end of Pride from the celebration is also that recognition that we still have a long way to go, and we are thankful and grateful to have a partner such as the city of San Luis Obispo in that fight.
Thank you so much. And based on my daily hateful messages I get to receive about LGBTQ+ individuals, I know that unfortunately that behavior is still alive and well. I wish it wasn't well. And I am so thankful that we are here to support everyone in our community, and what a wonderful Pride Fest we had this last weekend. Thank you. Well, this was fun, all the celebrations that we got to have, and now it's time to get back to the serious stuff. City Manager? I'm sure yours will be fun too, though.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, with that introduction. Always the business side. It's always the fun part of being the city manager. And so there are some great things that I want to talk about today. And maybe as the room clears, I'll just hold up for just one moment. I thought that's why everyone was here, but again, darn. Yeah. All right, well, you're missing out on a great show here. So I will just kick off here. If we go to the next slide and talk a little bit about our Park Local Bonus Program. We've had a really overwhelming response. And Whitney Santisi was sharing, our communications manager, some of the analytics from our website traffic. And we were seeing nearly on one day the amount of traffic we're seeing in 1 month for our parking site. And so we've had over 3,500 signups, and there's been really a lot of enthusiasm for residents to participate in the Park Local program. which is a way for SLO County residents to keep the first hour of free parking in our downtown. And of course, the goal of the program is to incentivize local residents to participate in shopping and recreating in the cultural amenities downtown. The program is initially going to be offered at the gateless parking structure at 842 Palm. It's often referred to as Palm 1, or the old parking structure directly across the street from Hotel SLO. And so part of our gateless technology, which is on schedule, so we've made it through some of the supply chain juggernaut, is really going to streamline the ability for our clients and our customers to really use one technology and drive in and out of the parking structure. We plan on to rolling out the gateless technology to the other structures in the next year. And so I know we've seen a lot of signups, and we encourage people to reach out to the parking office if you have any challenges signing up. I think we had 7 people who were fielding calls the first couple of days. Call volume has gone down as people navigated, and we made some adjustments to the instructions on our website to help people navigate through that. And ultimately, we want as many SLO County residents to participate as possible. Moving to the next slide, I want to talk a little bit about some upcoming recreational classes with our adult and youth programs through our recreation department. And so you can join California Wild at Margarita Lake for an unforgettable class. The classes are for all ages or for ages, 8 to 12, and will take place beginning on June 19th. It'll have the opportunity to teach youth about our local flora and fauna and our native environments. There will also be a session on geology and an opportunity to learn about fossils, some of the soils, and the ancient seabed. And you'll be able to walk away from this class doing some plant identification, some foraging skills, and some nature journaling. So please go over to the city's website at slorecactivities.org, and you can learn more information about some of these programs. Speaking about other programs with the Park and Recreation Department, want to talk a little bit about a family trivia night at the SLO Senior Center on June 13th. It's hosted in the main room from 4:30 to 5:30. One person on each team must be 55 years or older, so we're looking for teams from 2 to 6 players. Trivia will vary from topics such as history, math, science, pop culture, and more. And you can reach out to our recreation coordinator, Hadley Clegg, at 781-7303, or you can reach her at the city website. It'll be loads of fun for folks who want to participate. We have a little bit of an unfortunate break at the swim center over, and the 3-meter dive board has been closed. So we're prioritizing the safety of swimmer, and we'll plan on replacing the board with a new one. It will be closed for several months, but in the meantime, we do have, which I understand is a hit from talking to Mr. Avakian, the 1-meter diving board. It's available for the public to use, and we certainly appreciate everyone's patience at this time. Also want to just make the community and the council aware of a American Society of Civil Engineer award that we received for several projects. And we've talked about this before in some emails to the city council, but along with our Outstanding Bikeways and Trails Project Award, the city was recognized for our Outstanding Community Improvement Project from Froome Ranch Way Bridge Project, our Outstanding Bikeway and Trails Project for our Madonna Road Shared Use Path, our Outstanding Transportation Project on Tank Farm and Orcutt Roundabout, and then Outstanding Water Wastewater Treatment Project for our Water Treatment Plant Energy Project. So a lot of recognition and kudos to the Public Works and Utilities staff who do a great job. And hopefully many of you had a chance to go out to Farmers Market a few weeks back and see all of the staff really engaging with the community from the range of services, whether it's water, wastewater, transit, parking services. Our Public Works Department, along with other cities, really shined that day. Moving onward to an opportunity for exploring the historic Jack House. And so from June 7th, tomorrow from 12 noon to 2 p.m. It's a free event, and it'll take place on the first Wednesday of every month. It allows for 15 to 20 people per tour to come and get a tour of the historic Jack House. And so if you are interested, reach out to Hadley Clay again, and she can get you signed up. It's really a great opportunity for seniors and active adults to see one of San Luis Obispo's most cherished resources. Our Monday meetups are back. Last night was our first Monday meetup over at Meadow Park. And so they'll be occurring from select Mondays from 5:30 to 7:30. Our next one is on June 19th at Emerson Park. And then on July 10th at Throop Park. And then July 24th at French Park, and then August 24th at Duval Park. And so it's free for everyone. It's a great way to come out, meet neighbors, see what's happening in the city, participate in games, and really just get to see your community and your friends and many of the parks that we all love. Moving to a storm update, as many of you know, SLO County was added to the list of the county's presidential major disaster declaration, which authorized public assistance, and this will allow the city to apply for public assistance for both the January and March storm events. And so we've been preparing for this process, and we will be seeking reimbursement for expended emergency measures taken during the storms, as well as the permanent work needed to repair damaged infrastructure. Unfortunately, the declaration did not include individual assistance for SLO County. If you have any questions, you can reach out to James Blattler about public assistance, about overall public assistance. And then if there's any questions about private assistance, Lee Johnson in our economic development is always available to help business owners kind of navigate any of the other programs that are otherwise available. You may see some new branding in and around the town, and so we had an opportunity to showcase this at the farmers market. You see some pictures up here. We're deploying the Sustainable SLO mark across a variety of city assets in furtherance of just bringing awareness of those assets that are working towards achieving the city's climate action and sustainability goals. On the left side, you see our new electric bus that hasn't gone into service just yet, but we wanted to have the opportunity for the public to be able to get on it before it went out into service. And you can see on the right side one of our new electric vehicles that is also wearing the SLO sustainable branding as well. You'll see this show up at EV charging stations, some of our recycling facilities, fill stations for water bottles. You'll start to see some of this branding really grow and try to create the connection and awareness throughout our community and the investments that the city is making. Next, I want to touch on an item that the council received some correspondence on, and so about the construction update. And so we did last week, did meet with some business owners along Morrow Street. We reviewed the legality and policies for providing financial support to those businesses, and we indicated that we would report back to the group, and this is specifically from Haslo. Haslo is also going to be coordinating with Downtown SLO and the city on signage, banners on the building, and a vertical banner across Morrow Street, and report back to the group on that progress. Haslo is also committed as the lead of the project and as the funder of the project to hold monthly meetings with businesses during the duration of the project at the SLO Chamber office. And in terms of the city's role, we'll be working on some beautification efforts, specifically installing some planters on Morrow Street to be cared for by some of the businesses. We'll be adjusting some of the signage to reduce any confusion while there's some narrowing of the lanes to accommodate the significant rehabilitation of the Anderson project. So the next steps is that Haslo will be setting up meetings and reporting back on the concept for signage, banners, and wayfinding, and then we'll be holding those meetings, and I'm happy to report back to the city council over time about some of our efforts to kind of work with Haslo to mitigate the impacts, the construction-related impacts. Well, the results are in, and the good news is that we were able to receive bids that were within our budget. And so the council may remember this project was structured with a base bid and 2 additive alternates in order to maximize the amount of work that be completed with the available funding. Based upon the bid results, the city was able to award the base bid and additive alternate A, which addresses Monterey Street, California Street, Santa Barbara Street, and Morrow Street. I know that was an area of topic of conversation with the businesses as well. Why didn't our street get paved? And it's different because of its underlying concrete base. And then we're also going to be able to address the broad dog leg as well. Palm Street was unable to be funded with this project, and we're going to look to bring that back as part of the 2025 paving project. Moving on to some other construction, and we're just really going to ask for the community's patience because there is a lot of investment happening in and around the city. And you may have seen the North Truro Greenway project is under construction, and we're prioritizing work in school zones starting next week while we have schools out of session. The goal is to complete the impactful work before school starts back up in the fall. This will include work on Choro Street, Walnut to Palm, and Farini along Highland to Foothill. And so additionally, we're working on our next complete streets and calming projects. And so there'll be an upcoming workshop. We're seeking input on some of the preliminary plans to improve Higuera Street, which will provide corridor-wide improvements for all users. And so the project, of course, is identified as a high priority project in our active transportation plan and plays a very significant role in meeting the city's climate action goals. And as we know from looking at the data, our arterials are really the areas where we really need to make some safety improvements for all modes of transportation. So that workshop will be held at the community room on June 8th from 5:30 to 7:30. We encourage the community to show up, and there'll be opportunities for the community to get feedback to our talented transportation staff. With that, Madam Mayor, that concludes my city manager report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Back to that community forum workshop. Will there also be a town hall opportunity online for people to give their input?
I see
Thank you,
Mr.
Luke.
Schwartz stood up. Thank you very much. And he's got some of the details about the format for that night.
I just figured the last day of school, people might not make it for some parents.
This will not be the only opportunity to
Okay.
provide input. We're planning other activities both over the summer and the fall when schools return. And the Active Transportation Committee will also see iterations on this design before it gets finalized. So this is really just the first opportunity to share what we have so far with preliminary concepts with the community. There's also a project website. The Google crawlers have already found it. If you just search in Higuera Complete Street Project and Google, it pops right up. It's got all the project information. There'll be an update from this meeting on the input we've received thus far to share with the community. So if you're not able to attend tomorrow, please go to the website and look for other opportunities over the summer and the fall to provide more input.
Awesome, thank you so much. And I know all of us received lots and lots of emails around the Morrow Street and the Haslow project. So thank you for that update. We had talked briefly about the public engagement aspect of our manual versus this is a project that's managed by someone other than the city. And can you share a little bit more about how we could maybe communicate it differently?
So, Madam Mayor, the standards by which we issue permits. So these were ministerial permits. So just a building and permit and an encroachment permit. So there is no engagement for those levels of permits. I'm happy to invite Mr. Cadron up and talk a little bit about that process. And we're always looking for direction. And if council wants any modifications to any standards for outreach on ministerial permits, then we're happy to have that direction or conversation.
Thank you. Yeah. More of, I think in the communication process, since it's not the city that is not managing this project, how does the vendor communicate and what is our expectations?
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this subject. We definitely hear the concerns of the businesses. I know for city paving projects and other city construction projects, especially downtown, the public works project managers are able to time those projects to be, as minimally impactful of the existing businesses as possible, and are able to do more advanced communication. In this case, as Derek noted, the project is being managed by HASLO, the Housing Authority, and is a 100% affordable housing project in a rehabilitation of an existing building. It went through a ministerial approval process. And so, as required by state law, there were no public hearings or other notices about the project from our department, from community development. In addition, the project is funded in part through the state of California's tax credit allocation process, and so there's a tight time frame overall for project approval and delivery. So they will be making progress through construction as quickly as they can. The Community Development Department did work with Public Works Transportation on a traffic control plan. We appreciate the quick work of the engineering inspectors and transportation planners who were able to modify the plan to preserve up to 6 parking spaces on Morrow Street after it became obvious of what the potential impacts would be. And so we have striped and retained 6 spaces towards Higuera that will be reserved for customers. Unfortunately, I think the implementation of the plan made for a difficult transition last week. I realized that the yellow caution tape in particular was not appreciated, and we're hopeful that once people become more familiar with the travel lane alignment that exists now, that customers will find it easier to park on Morrow and on the surrounding streets and access those Morrow Street businesses, and will benefit from the additional signage and promotions that Derek mentioned during his report. I'll just highlight that there is also an important public safety component to this project, and it necessitates the lane realignment that's in place. As you may know, San Luis Creek travels under Morrow Street in this location, and so many of the buildings on Morrow Street here have basements. There are no street trees there on Morrow Street because there's no soil under the sidewalk. And in fact, the sidewalk along Morrow Street is cantilevered over the Anderson Hotel basement, and that needs to be completely reconstructed as part of this project. So that's a big part of why the barriers and the fencing are further out into the street than we would normally see. So we will continue to monitor construction and work with HASLO to return Morrow Street to its previous alignment with additional on-street parking as soon as we can safely do so.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Say again?
I had a follow-up to that.
Great. Go ahead, Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's a point person for individuals or business owners who are experiencing issues in that area. Is there somebody that they should reach out to directly to deal with those issues?
That's a good question. I think that our department main line is 781-7170, but I think that we can provide a number probably of the inspector that will be on site most of the time and in the field and easily able to respond quickly to concerns. And Derek, I don't know if you
Yeah, I think HASLO project manager is probably if there's construction activities that are, that I think the idea around these meetings is going to be able to forecast what are going to be the construction changes, because there's going to be changes and closures and cement pours and just other construction activities. If there's concerns about how the construction is proceeding, in terms of the construction impacts, we first ask people to reach out to HASLO, and if we can't resolve those, then bring it to the city's inspector, because our authority is really going to be to, enforce the conditions of our permits. We don't really get to dictate the cadence and the methodologies and methods by which the project is being being rehabilitated.
So we'll be looking to HASLO to provide a point person for folks to contact directly at some of the community meetings they'll be hosting.
Correct. We can make sure that happens.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. Councilmember Shoresman?
Yeah, mine's a follow-up to that too. I don't know if Michael wants to answer, if you want to try it, sorry. the slide that you showed where it talked about the meetings that are going to be held and the different actions that might be supportive of businesses, you went through those pretty quick. Can you give a little bit more detail about what the supportive activities are going to be in the banners and just kind of explain that a little bit more?
Yeah, happy to do that. Basically what Hassel looked at is the possibilities. Is there any legality for them providing, because this is a public project, any sort of financial assistance to the businesses that are impacted? Specifically, Hassel is going to be coordinating with Downtown SLO and the city on some signage and banners around the building and a vertical banner across Morrow Street. And they're going to report back to the group on some of those details. The city agreed, and Hassel also agreed to host monthly meetings with businesses at the SLO chamber office. The city of SLO, we agreed to install some planter boxes on Morrow Street to be cared for by the businesses and make some adjustments to traffic signage to reduce any confusion. If you walk down, you may have seen there was a fair amount of cones and just, a fair amount of signage. And so what could we reduce that to make sure that the public knew the businesses were open and it was inviting. And so some of the immediate next steps is that Hassel will be setting up these meetings and then report back on the concept for signage, banners, and wayfinding. And as I mentioned, holding those monthly meetings with the impacted businesses.
Thank you. Thanks for going through that in more detail. And thank you also for explaining why the fencing and the barriers are so far into the street. I was kind of wondering about that because I know that creates an issue, again, for pedestrians trying to get through there and make their way, and that gets confusing very quickly. So I appreciate that explanation.
Yeah, the council may recall, at least Councilmember Pease and Stewart, that during the pandemic, we did some work on a basement, and at that time we were probably seeing about 6 people a day downtown because it was during the peak of the pandemic, and so we were able to knock out that project. And so different time, obviously different impacts. And so we're trying to be as sensitive in working with Hassel, understanding that they have a pretty firm time commitment and financial commitment to complete that project within the requirements of their funding.
Thank you. So leaving that topic and going to a slightly different one in the same general area, I happened to notice today as I was out running through downtown that there are some new trash and recycling bins on Monterey Street. So I wondered if you wanted to talk about that a little bit.
So, Madam Mayor, members of the council, our talented crew in Public Works has been piloting some of the big bellies, and these were actually some investments that we saw a few years ago, just right before the pandemic hit, and we were looking to bring these downtown. Unfortunately, we were able to receive a grant here in the future to essentially replace all of the trash cans in the downtown and add both trash cans and recycling. This was nearly a $250,000 grant from the state of California. Eventually, these will be branded with Sustainable SLO. They're smart trash cans, meaning that they are compacting, so they can hold about 3 times as much as a traditional trash can can hold. Plus, they're smart, meaning that when they're full, they can text or email staff and let us know, and then we can be prompted to go out there and then service that particular trash can or recycling place. So we're excited about that. We're hoping to roll these out into other locations throughout the city beyond just them being more aesthetically attractive. Beyond that, they help reduce, a lot of other issues associated with kind of cleanliness and insects, et cetera. So we're pretty excited about those being deployed.
I'm excited too. Who knew trash cans could be so exciting?
Thank you. I agree. I was walking down to Pride Fest and almost texted you how excited I was about seeing those trash cans, and I thought, I'll leave you and your family alone on the weekend. Public sector nerds. Okay. Did you have any other questions, Councilmember Francis? Okay, great. Well, thank you for a great report and lots of information. And I just wanted to add too, with the back to Morrow, just for one more moment. I did really appreciate the next day seeing the business open signs so that people would know that businesses are open, still there on that street. So thank you. Well, next on their agenda is public comment for items not on our agenda. So if you have something to share with us that's not on the agenda already, this is that moment. If you haven't turned in your half sheet of paper to the city clerk, you get to do that now. City clerk, do we have any commenters?
Yes, I have 6 speaker cards right now.
Great, thank you. And I do want to highlight before the speakers come on board or come to the podium, that if you are a municipal advocate or a lobbyist or paid by any person or organization to communicate your interests, please share that with us before you start your comments. Thank you.
Okay, our first speaker is Glenn Grego. After that will be Tyler Corey. And then after that is Haley Powell.
Hi, Madam Mayor, City Council. Derek, nice to see you again. My name is Glenn Grego. I have Anastasia's Fine Jewelry on Morrow Street. Everything everyone said today is very eloquent and nice, but it's not happening. They put 6 parking spots for the workers at the Anderson. I haven't been able to park in one yet. And when they moved, they put a little sandwich board saying no parking, so they saved their spot. I'll send you all pictures of that. Then when you drive up Morrow, where you have the only handicap spot, and they're parking there in the handicap too. This is not fair to the businesses there. Since they started this thing that they took over the road, business for me has been down 70%. Apropos and Summerlin couldn't be here tonight because they're going to graduations, but they're also down. When you drive down Monterey, there's a sign saying, don't turn left. And then when you come really close, there's trucks. Remove the damn thing. If a truck makes a turn and smashes into their thing, oh well, c'est la vie. But let people be able to travel. Then they says, don't use the walkway. Well, I understand. They're talking about the one that goes from across the street from Morrow. But people don't realize this. They're not coming down. I sat on a Sunday outside for 3 hours, counting the people from the parking garage coming down. Out of 20 people, 18 were turning right on Monterey. This is not assisting us. And last Thursday, we met with the people from Haslow Group over there into the chamber. I was on phone with them. And he says, oh no, we're not going to allow the construction people to use those parking spots. That ain't happening. When Derek came to my store, which is a very nice man, and he says, oh, they're not going to use those spots. I says, I'll bet $100 to your penny that they do. You owe me 38 cents, by the way. That's all they do. It's not fair to us. This has to be brought to somebody's attention to tell those people in the construction company, we also have to eat, we also have to make a living.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for coming and sharing. And I know that I'm positive our city manager or Michael Cadron will definitely have a conversation with Haslow and talk about, continue talking about how do we get those spots available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, City Clerk.
Tyler
Corey.
Corey. No, I'm not pronouncing that right. And then after that, Haley Powell.
Good evening, city staff, esteemed council members, and Mayor Stewart. My name is Tyler Quarry, and I'm a second-year political science student at Cal Poly. Tonight, I would like to speak to you all about a couple causes that are very near and dear to my heart, or not only my heart, but all those who are not homeowners here in SLO. The first cause is the cause of homelessness. Homelessness is a very serious issue in our city. It affects every single one of us. It affects our children, it affects our grandchildren, it affects our grandparents, it affects our grandmothers, it affects our aunts, it affects our uncles, it affects our cousins, it affects our nieces and nephews. It affects everyone. 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 It affects those being tenants' rights and rent control. Over the past few months, I've spent many hours working with my peers, some of them who are here tonight, on a deep canvassing operation near and around the Cal Poly housing area, if you will. Over the course of those many hours and the past few months, we've been able to knock on about 400 doors and have conversations with about 100 student residents about their living situations and any issues that they've had with their landlords, maintenance staff, or anything of the sort. Much of the data that we acquired during this process was quantitative. However, I think the stories that these people shared with us are what's really important and speak to some of the gaps in that could potentially exist in our current renters, in our current policy that support renters' rights here in SLO. Much of the concerns and comments that were expressed to us had to do specifically with maintenance staff and the reliability of them, and not only that, but the amount of time that was given for residents to know whether maintenance staff was going to be coming and at what time. I heard from at least one person that they were given no notice of maintenance staff's arrival to their dwelling before that took place, and that they had a pretty negative experience with maintenance staff showing up completely unannounced, and they were caught very much off guard. And I'm not sure if that is necessarily legal or not, but that was their perspective on the matter. That said, I've also heard some great things about maintenance staff here in SLO, and many students expressed to us that they had landlords and maintenance workers who were very responsive. They were great listeners and got things done on time and effectively, and were communicating very well with the resident. That said, like I was getting at before, there were a lot of people who expressed to us that not only were the maintenance staff not being very responsive, but their landlords in general were making them pay for items such as mice and rodent cleanup. And that was actually a very distressing story that was explained to me by one student who spoke to just sort of an issue where they had a ton of mice under their dwelling. And rather than the landlord taking the initiative up front to deal with the problem, the student was then forced to pay for, I believe, rodent poisoning and other items to clean up that. And it took many months for that to be resolved. So that's just an example of many of the issues that folks are facing here when it comes to renters' rights and that sort of things. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Haley Powell, and then Noah Tulane. I know that's not right.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Haley Powell. I've lived in SLO for about 5 years, and in my 5 years here, I've seen consistent rent increases and experienced various inhabitable living conditions. As a sophomore, I decided to live in Mustang Village with a few friends. Due to a few personal issues, I decided to move out and moved into a new rental unit with some hopes of just a fresh start. Though I knew I was moving into a rental unit with a stranger and her 2 dogs, I had no idea that her 2 dogs were not potty trained and that she would have extreme and even dangerous mental health issues. It wasn't until I contacted the city police for fear of my own physical safety, Mustang Village would allow me to move to a different unit within the complex. I later learned that Mustang Village had allowed her to chase out 6 other roommates out of the complex before me. It took 7 different people and a phone call to the police for Mustang Village to deal with her insanitary and malicious behavior. I myself was relocated to a studio priced at $1,000. In my senior year, they decided to raise the rent to $1,200. If I decided to stay there for graduation or for graduate school, they would have asked me to pay $1,600 in rent. I couldn't afford that, so I had to move out and live somewhere cheaper. But don't get me wrong, my new rental unit has a large slew of issues, namely because I thought I was sick the last 2 months because of allergies. It was actually black mold growing on my ceiling. And my landlord's known about it for at least a month and hasn't done anything about it. But don't worry, I'm moving somewhere else finally, and I'm hopeful it'll be a better situation. But just because students are young renters doesn't mean that they should be able to be preyed on. SLO rental units need more code enforcement, and the city of SLO needs a form of rent control. There are even simple things our local government can do for us, such as starting a renters registry to hold those accountable for renters. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Noah? I'm not going to even try now.
I'll say it.
Thank you. And after that, Honor King.
Good evening, Council. My name is Noah Tuliao. I am a third-year political science student here at Cal Poly, and I'm currently living in a house off campus. Similar to other students here in SLO, I have also quickly come to learn of the obstacle-filled nature of the SLO's housing environment. I am sure you've heard your fair complaints from students or whatnot, and I understand that the council likely wants nothing but the best for all the city's residents, whether they're old or young, low or high in finances, from Cal Poly campus to the railroad, from Los Osos to the Johnson Avenue, anywhere in between. And we appreciate all the work that you guys have done for us, and we value all the work that you do for us as your constituents. But it's gone to a point where compassion, lending an ear, while valued, is just not enough. We need action. We need tangible changes to the city's standards and the quality of housing services here in the city. I've heard the stories already. The student in Mustang Village whose laundry machine takes his coins. The student living in the SLO who accepts the poor quality services that she is receiving simply because you get what you pay for. The student living in Pine Creek who had mold in her sink and had to file several maintenance requests right when she entered the door of her residence on the very first day that she moved in. The list goes on. Landlords and rental property managers have unfortunately gone too comfortable with their lackluster services, particularly because we as students come and go, whether we have to graduate or just whatever. There are transfers, there are people who just aren't here for long. So there are a lot of students who feel that they just have to deal with the service, and it leads landlords to be comfortable with their lackluster services. But we are now urging you all to please take the necessary measures to give us young tenants the higher quality living situations we deserve, that we are entitled to as our rights as tenants. We trust you as our current city council, we really do, and please do not betray that trust. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Thank you so much.
Honor King, and then after that, our last speaker on this item is Diego Cervantes.
Dear San Luis Obispo City Council, my name is Andre King, and I'm a second-year political science major at Cal Poly. For the past 3 or 4 months, my roommates and I have been applying to nearly every home in which we are applicable. On top of the 24 units that I am taking in order to better my education, I now spend countless hours of my free time filling out paperwork and running through my grocery funds on application fees. For the 15 plus houses that I have already been denied, I am thankful, because if I was to have a successful bid, I don't know how I could afford the monthly charges. Working a second job or taking out another loan would be a simple solution for my flexible schedule. If I was unable to obtain a house, living out of my car would be a viable option. Though my hygiene, sleep schedule, and success in the classroom would be kicked to the curb, I would have all of my belongings on the go. So if the city of San Luis Obispo does not consider the options of rent control and renters' rights, feel free to give me a smile and some possible free change, as a car wash would soon be my house's spring cleaning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, City Council. My name is Diego Cervantes, and I am as well a second-year Cal Poly student studying political science. When I first came in towards San Luis Obispo, I dreamt of living in this charming town in this beautiful corner of my state. And after 2 years of expensive but manageable on-campus living, the reality of renting in this town has hit me like a truck. Between exorbitant prices and negligent landlords, I cannot see the living situation for students being sustainable in this town for much longer. A quick look at Zillow will give you a taste of this problem. For reference, a year of living on campus at Cal Poly costs between $10,000 and $14,000. It's already the most expensive CSU, and it's not even close. But a quick look will show that many one-bedroom apartments cost upwards of $1,500. A one-bedroom apartment on Foothill, for example, costs $1,700 a month. I saw a one-bedroom unit on Garfield that costs $1,800 a month. A certain landlord on Hope Street has the audacity to charge $2,000 a month, plus utilities, only after a $2,300 security deposit. These are not fancy apartments, these are not luxury apartments. These are the apartments that many students would have to consider as they go through the process of finding their housing. A look at the Cal Poly promoted Valencia apartments says that 4 students would collectively pay $4,450 a month for only 3 bedrooms. I consider myself lucky to only pay $900 a month, but that's to share a room in a house with 5 other people. My roommate and I will be paying collectively $2,000 a month to share a single room. But rent is only half the problem. I have canvassed to collect information about the living situations of other students, and here are some of the accounts that I've heard. One student had so much black mold in their room that went unaddressed by their landlord for so long that they had to move out halfway through the year. One student had their landlord sell the house midway through the lease. When I went to knock on their door to talk about their living situation, they were in the process of packing their bags to move out. One overheard a landlord lamenting that they did not raise the price of their rent over the legal limit because they knew that students were so desperate to find housing. The student housing crisis runs deep in this town. Management firms like Farrell Smith exploit their tenants, and the university is complicit in the exploitation of students. This cannot be tolerated any longer. The city of San Luis Obispo must act to curtail out-of-control rent and code violations that go unenforced every single day. When I was accepted into Cal Poly, this was my dream school, and I was overjoyed and full of excitement for the coming years. But as it turns out, for myself and for thousands of other students, they sold us this dream and the price was not right. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Well, thank you to all of our speakers. I do want to just highlight that we do have our tenants' rights on our Community Development Department website. So I hope that you not only look at that yourselves, but also share it with others. There is also at Cal Poly a renter's certificate that you can take, which kind of really gives you all this information about how to find a place and how to report issues that are incorrect. City Manager, second? Okay. I'm sorry, say, you filled something out online?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Sorry, she is finding it right now. We'll go ahead. And then as soon after we finish that, I'd like to have the city manager share a little bit around our code enforcement, because we do get monthly updates on that and want to see that continue to improve. Okay. City clerk?
Yeah. Edwin, and then we have 3 additional. So. After Edwin will be Jordan, and then.
Hi, my name's Edwin. I'm a 4th-year political science student at Cal Poly. I'm here to express my support for rent control and efforts to alleviate the stress of increased rental prices in the area. My roommate and I have a rental apartment close to campus, fortunately. However, some students are not lucky enough to get an apartment close enough to campus that is walking distance or a short bike ride away. Some students must seek rental properties outside of San Luis Obispo in neighboring cities like Morro Bay or Arroyo Grande. As a student who also has a job involved in clubs and organizations, my time is important to me. If I had to commute to class from a neighboring city, I would have less time to dedicate to my studies. In addition to the price of rental properties causing students to look for housing elsewhere, I also know that affordability of housing can cause someone to get a second job while committing to studies. I know people in my classes that have taken a second job while being a student, or have also gone to part-time status in accordance or as a result of increased prices. When my roommate re-signed the lease for our unit, she thought she might get a deal for re-signing, but was instead met with increased prices. Students at Cal Poly typically spend $3,300 for a quarter, accounting for food, housing, books, and other costs. The average rate for a 2-bedroom apartment in SLO is $2,100 to $2,300. Rather than making housing harder to get for students who are first-time renters or new to the area, the city should pass policies that make it a little easier for students to rent in considering their schedules as well. Aside from the cost of rent, maintenance requests are also an important topic, as you have heard already. At the SLO, which I was previously living at last year, I had black mold and it was untreated for 3 months. When we did finally get a visit from the property manager after numerous requests, we were instead met with gift cards as appeasement. Thank you for your time and thank you for the floor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening, members of the council. My name's Jordan Schleifer. I'm a third-year political science student at Cal Poly. I'm here to join my friends and colleagues in talking about the state of renting in Cal Poly. You may be thinking to yourself, why would I be up here? You know, I live with my parents. Sorry, but it's true. But I did want to talk about the experiences of one of my classmates that couldn't be here tonight, just because it stood out to me as something a little harrowing. This person lives in an apartment across from the hospital, and they had been feeling a little bit unsafe in that area, and they'd requested that their landlord take a look and see if they could maybe add some enhanced security measures. Maybe they mentioned security cameras or just some kind of deterrent, but nothing was done, and that they did indeed end up being broken into later on. And that's on top of other issues like things breaking, not being repaired despite numerous requests, the move-in date being moved on them with no warning close to when the previous one was come due. And even though they couldn't be here tonight, I wanted to come and talk about it just because it feels like there might be an issue of enforcement, because I understand there are standards for rentals, and it just seems like if all of these experiences are so common that something more might be able to be done. And I was just in class like an hour ago, and some of my classmates were talking about their rental experiences, and someone would mention a rental company's name, and then half the classroom would say, "Oh, I hate those guys." Like they all had these shared experiences about these terrible experiences with their landlords. And I just wanted to come and share for the people that couldn't be here. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sadie Main, and that's our final speaker.
What's good, City Council? I was thinking of starting this with a joke, but I'm not feeling in a jokey mood. I would have never come here to Cal Poly or to SLO if I knew it'd be like this. Fucking sucks. I don't drive, I walk to campus, and in doing so, that forces me to deal with the rental agencies that monopolize the land surrounding said campus. I've lived at the SLO, I've lived at Westmont apartments. They've both been shitty experiences. I never want to go through them again. I work 20 hours a week at Cal Poly. I make $18.50 an hour. It should be enough to support myself, especially with the support I get from my parents. I get $1,400 in my bank account monthly from that job, and immediately $1,100 of it goes to rent. Have you ever lived like that? That's fucking dehumanizing. I'm Edwin's roommate. We had black mold for months. This is a shit show. We know what works for controlling this issue. Rent control, tenant rights. It feels like you have nothing you can do against these companies that control your living spaces. And you don't have the option of going anywhere else. Fuck the SLO, fuck Westmont Apartments, and fuck you if you think there's nothing to be done.
Any other speakers? Thank you. City Manager, would you like to share about code enforcement or affordable housing that we have going on? And I know that there is someone in the audience from Cal Poly, and I don't know if you have any update on housing, but in the future, I'm sure you could share something. I know one of the biggest ways that we can help with affordable housing costs is by having more supply, which is what we are definitely working on as a council. So I just thought I would share that. And I empathize with each of you who have shared. Unfortunately, I've shared many similar experiences, and part of the reason why I wanted to be at this dais with my colleagues is I too have experienced the black mold in very uninhabitable areas or spaces to live in, and that's with children as well. So, Michael?
Well, thank you, Mayor Stewart and members of the council. And we're, hearing that testimony, and not a lot, that you can say in the moment to make it better for somebody going through that experience. But I can share with you that the city does have a safe housing inspection program. So residents of the community that feel like they're living in an unsafe situation can call the code enforcement hotline. And just want to get that number just right, which is 805-594-8188. And unsafe housing is one of our top priorities. And so a call to that hotline number with a complaint will result in a call back and a scheduled inspection based on the situation and the call. In addition, we do have a position in our code enforcement program that focuses on safe housing outreach and education. The position is currently unfilled, but it was filled previously this year and in 2022, and we have made progress with program development. And so I wanted to ask Mike Lowe, Deputy Building Official, to come on up. He oversees the Building and Safety Division, which includes code enforcement, and to explain some of the progress that we've made in the direction that program is headed when it's fully staffed. But we see it as sort of a co-program to the Educated Renter program that Cal Poly operates, and we have a vision for an Educated Landlord program to go alongside with that. And we've connected with Cal Poly, and I'll ask Mike to talk a little bit more about that.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Council. So yes, the inspection program that Director Cadre mentioned is very much reactionary, and so it isn't until we're made aware of any type of violations that we're actually granted access to any housing or premises to identify violations, which would be a violation of possible building codes, but particularly the International Property Maintenance Code, which is current and regularly updated. Personally, I've been involved in a number of code enforcement cases with Cal Poly students, and our primary initiative is to ensure that they're living in habitable and safe structures. Sometimes that requires us to connect them with resources on campus. We do have a good relationship with their off-campus housing coordinator. She has also been involved in a number of our outreach programs with the landlords. So recently, last fall into winter, we held a number of focus groups to engage landlords on what a proactive code enforcement approach would look like for safe housing. One of the ideas that came up was to develop a registry of safe houses, meaning that landlords willingly allow code enforcement officers or city staff to come in, inspect, and even possibly certify their residences or rental units as safe according to city standards. Currently, that process has been pushed on pause just because of staff vacancies. But once we are able to fill the position, we fully intend to ramp up efforts to continue to develop and implement that program. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing all that. I think that all of us on the council want to see people to be able to live in a safe place, whether you're young, whether you're a senior, whatever identity, whatever ability you have to be able to live in a safe place. So thank you for sharing that program, and I hopefully we can be fully staffed at some point in time. Councilmember Francis, do you want City Manager to respond first?
Yeah, I just had a quick follow-up for my
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Francis.
I was hoping you could tell me if we were currently recruiting for the position that was going to be building that registry of safe homes.
So the position itself is not the position that will be building the program. That will be in part myself along with our code enforcement supervisor. That position will actually carry out the function of the program. And so due to staff unavailability to develop the program, that's why there's the pause.
Okay.
However, once that position is filled, and I believe we're going to be recruiting for the code enforcement technician position relatively soon, our efforts will begin again.
That's great news. And do you have an idea how long that might take to get off the ground once we're able to focus on that?
So we've already done a preliminary round of research, qualitative research, that we've been assessing feedback from landlords. I do anticipate in the next 6 to 8 months, if we're fully staffed, to be able to at least pilot some form of a program.
I appreciate your efforts. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, City Manager.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and council members, I just wanted to remind the council the financial plan that you have coming to you tonight, which is our third item, does have some work program items specifically around this, which is, in quarter, I think it's the Q4 of 24. We're proposing to continue to develop the city's safe housing outreach and education programs, including preparation of information and options for protecting renters, including homeless prevention strategies. So that was a work program item that the council provided to us back on April 18th, and I think it was a core part of the council's deliberations, but just wanted to draw both the public and the council's attention to that we'll be working on a memo that summarizes the options for potential future work program items at the council's direction.
Thank you so much. Between homelessness prevention and people living in their homes now, that's very important. Well, thank you for all the public comment. It is 7 o'clock. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we come back for the consent agenda. All right, well, thank you. Hi, everybody. Thanks for taking a little break. We're going to go ahead and get started. Now is the time that we're going to go ahead and get started. Hi, thanks. So we're going to go ahead and do the consent agenda. So if you had any public comment, if you had any public comment on the consent agenda, please make sure you get your form into the city clerk. And before we move on to the consent agenda, we did have one more update that the city manager wanted to mention regarding parking.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, members of the council, in the break, I had the opportunity to just exchange some information with Gavin Hussey, our parking manager. And so there is a meeting next week, and then we're currently working on redirecting some of the contractor parking to some other surface parking lots. We're not aware of any spaces being saved. Certainly that's not allowed. And so you may recall, you got a lot of complaints a few years ago when we had very active enforcement enforcement on some of the contractors around both the hotels, and so we'll be holding the contractors accountable for the agreement and the time restrictions on parking or any parking exceptions that they have related to permits that are specifically related to vehicles supporting construction activities. And so that will likely be happening next week, and we'll have some resolution, and we'll continue to report back to the business owners.
Great, thank you so much. So next we have the consent agenda. If anyone has any public comment, like I mentioned, we'll go ahead and get to the city clerk. And I am always thrilled when I see on the consent agenda community members who have come forth to be part of our advisory bodies. We have 17 advisory bodies who advise us and recommend lots and lots of things. But truly so grateful for the time that people spend out of their own free time to be involved and invested in the city. So any initial comments on the, any initial questions on the consent agenda from my colleagues? Anything need to be pulled? Great, okay, public comment, do we have any?
Not on this item.
All right, thank you so much. So Councilmember Shoresman.
I will move approval of the consent agenda.
Great, and Councilmember Pease.
I will second.
Wonderful. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis? Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0. Thank you so much. Well, next we have something that's not exactly non-confrontational. We have the water and sewer rates that we'll be discussing today, but we'll go ahead and start with the water rates. And we have Utilities Director Aaron Floyd and Utilities Business Manager Shane Whittington to present the report.
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am Aaron Floyd, your Utilities Director, and I am, as you stated, joined by Shane Whittington, our Utilities Business Manager. We also have several of our subject matter experts in the audience tonight from water, wastewater, and utilities engineering and planning, if need be. And we also have Sean Korn in the audience this evening, who is our rate consultant with HDR Incorporated, who has flown down to join us. We do have one presentation for you tonight for both items 7A and B, because they cover most of the topics are covered in both of these. And then we will move on to the two public rate hearings for items 7A and B. And with that, I will ask Shane to give the presentation.
Thank you, Aaron. Tonight, I'm hoping to cover 5 things. First, I'm going to cover the policies and legislation that really inform not only the public hearing and rate adoption process, but also the requirements around rates themselves. Next, I'll be talking about the rate setting methodology and how staff arrived at their recommendation. After that, I'll talk through some of the communication that we did with the community and what we've done to try to make not only information on rates, but also resources available to the community. And after that, I'll talk through some of the questions, which will reiterate a lot of the stuff that I presented a couple of weeks ago, but I figured it'd be good just in case people in the audience weren't there so that we can go over it again. And after that, I'll hand the floor over to the mayor and the city clerk to open the public hearing and then also do the official protest count. As it pertains to the legal requirements and specifically rate adoption and the public hearing, there's 3 things that I really wanted to hone in on. So first, it's required that we do a noticed public hearing. And so we need to make it known 45 days before through the Prop 218 notice.
Shane, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I forgot to mention, someone during the break left this in the women's restroom. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. So sorry.
So the 3 things that I really wanted to hone in on was, it's all good. Notice public hearing is required. If 50% plus 1 of affected parcels do protest the actual proposed rate increase, we can't increase the rates as proposed. And then also, the rates that are being proposed need to be established via council resolution. As it pertains to the rates themselves, I, again, wanted to hone in on 3 things just because it's easier to understand things in 3s. Rates must be used for the corresponding services. That is to say, water rate revenue needs to be used for water services, and sewer rate revenue needs to be used for sewer services. It can't exceed the proportional cost of delivering those services to those parcels, so those specific customers. And then also, it must not exceed the cost of delivering those services, and it should not generate profit. In addition to those three things, I also wanted to bring up the rate structure goal prioritization that was given to us in August of 2017, and I really wanted to focus in on two items particularly. First was the revenue stability and predictability, and really that was on the heels of the drought that had just occurred. And prior to the implementation of rates following this rate structure goal prioritization, rates were much more skewed towards volumetric or per unit costs. And that put the utilities department in a situation where we not only had to ask the community to reduce water use, but we also had to impose drought surcharges. And this, I guess, goal or directive was really with the intent of not having to do drought surcharges in the future. The other item that I wanted to touch on was item 2, which was discourage wasteful use. And while it is permissible to have a tiered water rates structure, pursuant Prop 218, it must be substantiated by the cost of delivering those services. It can't be for the explicit purpose of water conservation. And another way of kind of saying that is it needs to represent the cost to oversize, say, a pipe or a water tank to justify what that specific rate is. Moving into the rate setting methodology, this can be broken down into 3 steps. So first is the revenue requirements. And really all this is it looks at our anticipated rate revenues, and then it looks at the cost of operating, and then it tries to find the difference between the two and establish how much rate revenues we need, either more or less, to cover the cost of operations. So for fiscal year 23-24, what was identified was an 8.5% increase for water revenues, and 4% increase for sewer revenues. And for fiscal year 24-25, that was a 7.5% increase for water revenues and a 4% increase for sewer revenues. The second part of the comprehensive rate study was the water cost of service, or the cost of service for both water and sewer. And really what this does is it looks at the water and sewer use characteristics of water and sewer customers and identifies what are the proportional costs of delivering services to those different customer classes. So for example, looking at the water cost of service, you'll see that the 8.5% does not hit all customers equally. For residential and multifamily customers, it's going to be higher than 8.5%. And for non-residential and irrigation customers, it's going to be less than the 8.5%. And the purpose of this is really because it's equitable, right? And so we are not charging customers more than it costs to actually deliver those services. And then probably more importantly, it is legally required. It's something that is required by Prop 218. And then the final piece of the puzzle for actually developing the rates is the rate design study. And this kind of takes all of those legal requirements, the previous analyses, and any sort of policy direction from the city, and integrates it into a rate structure that makes sense for us. This year, we're not making any adjustments to the rate structure, but we are adjusting what those rates are in order to meet our revenue requirements and make sure that we meet any sort of proportional requirements as mandated by Prop 218. So this, rather than going through every single rate for every single customer, I thought it probably made the most sense just to show the average monthly residential bill. So assuming 6 units of use for water and 5 units of use for sewer, it's about a $13 increase from current rates to rates proposed to be effective July 1, 2023. And what that comes to is less than 2 cents per gallon. moving into the timeline, I guess, of what was actually done for communication with the community is first, we began our rate study, and that began in October 2022. From there, we finalized our water and sewer rate studies and mailed the Proposition 218 notices 50 days before this hearing, public hearing. And then we previewed the revenue increases in the strategic budget direction. After that, we did some social media advertisements, not only for the rate increases themselves, but also a community forum for water and sewer rates, where we hosted the community and made staff available to answer any questions that they may have had about rates. And then we also did a presentation on May 16, not only for water supply updates, but also for rate updates. And then we also had the opportunity for staff to do an interview spot on a couple of Spanish-speaking radio stations. And then here tonight, we have the public hearing for proposed water and sewer rates. And we'll continue to advertise whatever resources that we have by way of the customer assistance programs that we already have. And if all gets approved, July 1st of 2023 and July 1st of 2024 is when the rates would be in effect. From here, I'm going to move into the sections that have already been presented. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a higher level overview, just because you've seen it before. So some of the questions that we have received, if reservoirs are full, why are rate increases being proposed? And really what this comes down to is that a large percentage, 83% of water expenditures, operating expenditures, are fixed. And the 17% of operating expenditures that aren't fixed are variable to water demand, not water supply. So it's how much water the community uses, not so much how much water we have. Another question that we get is, why aren't rates structured to more aggressively penalize excessive water use? And this comes back to the Prop 218 requirement, where it needs to be cost-based. So again, while it's permissible to have tiered rate structures, it needs to be on the basis of what it costs to deliver those services. So you can see that while the cost of per unit kind of descends, it does eventually level out. And when you look at the total bill, it is still kind of linear. So we are charging people for more water use. It's just structured that way because it needs to be structured that way. Other questions that we get are, what are driving proposed rate increases? So chemicals are a major operational cost, and we've seen the cost of chemicals go up as much as 100%. We do have hope that these costs are leveling out, but in the end, it's still going to cost us about $300,000 more for chemicals in fiscal year 23-24 versus 21-22. Electricity is probably our biggest operating expenditure, and that is really driven by anticipated electricity cost increases. Between January of 2023 and September of 2023, we're anticipating that electricity costs are going to go up about 40% across all customers, but will hit commercial customers, more than likely will hit commercial customers a little bit harder than the average residential customer. And what that means is about $1.5 million more spent in fiscal year 23-24 than 21-22. Construction costs are also escalating a lot. So you can see that the California Construction Cost Index is going up by about 29% over a 2-year period. But I would really want to hone into the specific commodity that I have graphed here, which is plastic sewer and water main. And what we saw is about a 5-year increase of 150%, most of which happened in the last 2 or 3 years. And then we also have the municipal cost index, which I included just to acknowledge that while I called out these specific commodities, the rest of our operations are still hit by general inflation. And the municipal cost index, which is supposed to be an indice that measures the cost of a city doing business increased by 18% over the same 2-year period. Another question that we get pretty frequently is, what has the city done to try to reduce rates? What we've done in terms of grants is procure about $20 million over a 5-year period for projects that, if not funded by grants, would have had to be funded by rate funding. And a lot of these projects are oriented towards operational efficiencies, which should help offset some of, for example, electricity costs. Other things that we have done are, as mentioned, energy efficiency efforts to reduce electricity costs, some of the projects in the previous screen. We'll continue to pursue additional grant opportunities where available to help fund some of our capital projects. One thing that we did do is reduce our default sewer cap from 8 to 5. And what that means in practical terms is potentially saving residents that don't have an established sewer cap about $30, potential of saving about $30. And residents that don't have an established sewer caps are basically anyone that moves a lot or are moving in, so think renters. Something else that we did during the COVID-19 pandemic was the administration of the arrearage program through the state, and that resulted in about $370,000 in bill relief for affected customers. And we do have financial assistance available in the form of the Customer Assistance Program. So for eligible customers, there's the opportunity for about 15% discount month to month. There's income eligibility requirements or co-enrollment in things like CalWorks or CalFresh would also qualify you for the Customer Assistance Program. At this time, I think we have 142 active customers in the Customer Assistance Program. And then there's also the LIWOP program through CapSlow, which is one-time assistance. I think the funds do expire September of this year. So these are expiring funds, but to date, something like $50,000 in bill relief. So with that, I'm done with my presentation, and I would like to open the floor to the council should they have any questions.
Thank you. Can you go back to the rate setting page where it showed each year and the increases? Like the table each year.
Is it this one?
A little bit earlier, I think. Might be that one. Yeah, that one. So sometimes people ask me, how do you have this planned out through, 28? How would you possibly know? And if it was 7.5 this year, how are you going to look at it 3.5 years? I know we have the consultant expert. Can you share that a little bit more?
Yes. Yeah, that's a great question. So we do actually forecast out, and as you'll see in the next item this evening, or item 7C, with the financial plan, you can see many of our capital improvement projects in there go out for multiple years beyond just the 2-year financial plan. So when we start looking at these large infrastructure projects that have to be planned over time and then take time to design and actually build, we usually looking out, in the forecast of not just the 2-year, but also the 5-year and even the 10-year on our CIP like that, really trying to forecast what's coming down the line. We do the same with our fund analyses in both the water and sewer funds like that, so that we can actually project out. These are our best professional guesses at this point. They actually are based on data, and I, lightheartedly use the term guesses on that because as working with our rate expert, Sean Korn, we know, as we've all seen, a lot can change over a 2-year cycle. So this is why we actually come back to council every 2 years with our updated rate proposals on that versus taking it out to the 3 or more years. As we've seen over the past 2 years, inflation that was on there was not foreseen. So when we were here in front of council 2 years ago, we didn't see or anticipate something like we saw with the incredible amount of inflationary costs on this. So that is how we have a forecasting ability out into the future years, though we do want to refine that as we have more data.
Great, thank you very much. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. You did a really great job talking about how Prop 18 mandates that costs can't be used to discourage use, but has to be tied to the actual cost. But there was a mention that some of our super users actually do require some higher costs of higher infrastructure use, and that potentially in a future rate analysis that could be taken into account to discourage some of the super users. And I know you did an agenda correspondence on that, but I thought it would be worthwhile to get into that discussion a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. And that is correct. And there is that fine line. So we cannot use, per Prop 218, we can't use water rates to encourage conservation. But what we have is a real world situation where those tier 3 users right there really are driving true associated costs with infrastructure. So if you think about our water delivery system of tanks and pipes like that, we have the average daily use that people need, health and human service kind of stuff, about 5 units or so on that. But then you get into the seasonal use above that, which is the irrigation use. Those pipes then need to be bigger. The tanks need to be bigger to actually allow for that additional service on those types of years. So that moves us into that second tier of that 6 plus to 12 units right there. Beyond that, though, we also have that extra use for anything on top of that. We also need fire capacity in that tank at that point. But we also, if people are using more than that, that is purely driving the cost of our pumps, our pipes, and our tanks for those users in that customer class of that tier 3 that really are driving additional costs on the infrastructure. And it is legal, and it has been determined by council in the past to be appropriate that we actually assign those additional costs at a higher cost for those 13 units and above on that.
So are you saying that that's already factored in at the 13 units and above, or that we could do more to factor that in at 13 units and above?
It is factored in currently as part of our rate structure, and we did our last rate structure in 2017 where we actually established those different tier rates right there. So what's before council tonight is just the rate setting, but the rate setting is in the larger context of council's adopted rate structure, and we did that in 2017 following the drought.
And forgive me, how often do we look at the rate structure?
You know, we can do that periodically. It had been a while before we did it in 2017. It is something that when we start to feel that maybe we are getting out of sorts on that, we do want to recheck back in on that. That's also something that council can direct staff to do if you are so inclined on that. The major, I think it's important if you'll allow me a moment on this to kind of give a little more background, because the rate structure has been a topic of conversations recently on this. So I'd like to provide a little bit of a historical perspective of how we did end up here. In 2018, council did set that as their first priority was rate stability. And I think it's important to remember that the main driver on that was we were coming out of the 2013 through 17 drought. And the governor at the time had imposed pretty serious water conservation mandates. We went out with large conservation efforts in the community. The community, as this community always does, did an incredible job responding to conservation, so we're always grateful to them. But what happens with that is at that point in time, we were on a purely volumetric system. So we didn't have a base fee or that fixed cost that we now have in our rate structure. So what happens then is when the community decides to, and thankfully, lower their consumption right there, it impacted our revenues at the same point in time. So everything was on a variable rate. So what we actually had to do concurrently with that is impose a drought surcharge. So on top of the already set rates, we had to go out with an additional 15%. So a double-digit rate increase on top of that, trying to allow a little stability. And that created a real kind of an increase plus a real big increase on the community that was not well received. So what we did to handle that right there is we looked at the base fee or a fixed cost, you'll hear it called, or a standby. So what we did with that is we really looked at with our rate consultant and through 4 study sessions with council at that time to redo the rate structure, we really looked at it and we looked at what portion of these rates, the base fee is what we called it, are attributable to all users. And that's what you can see in our current structure. So we've broken out the base fee and the volumetric. And the base fee is something that you can look at as equally and equitably attributable to all properties. And I think a good example of this, this is regardless of how much water a customer would use, is something like fire flow capacity. fire flow capacity in that 24-hour response and that oversized lines right there, not the major ones, but for fire capacity, is on hand right there for every resident in the community, every house. That if a fire breaks out, those pipes are already sized right there. So costs like that are equally attributable to everyone, we calculated some of that into that base fee right there. And it just helps with revenue stability, knowing that those costs will always be incurred by the utility. So the water fund will always be paying for those. As Shane had pointed out earlier in his presentation, roughly 85% of our costs are fixed at that point. And that base fee right now on a 5-unit or so, or 6-unit average residential, you're at about 33% right there, which happens to be right about what the industry standard of the American Water Works Association does recommend as about an appropriate level of a base fee. So thank you for allowing me to.
Absolutely. I'd just be curious with all of the new infrastructure changes we have in the city, if staff feels that it would be time, if it would be appropriate to revisit the rate structure sometime in the near future, or if the rate structure we currently have in place is up to date enough and reflective of the actual costs. Or maybe I could phrase that differently.
I'll take a shot at it.
Okay.
Tell me. And I think this is really, and truly at the end of the day, this is something that, if I see nods all around, I think this is something that we can definitely bring back, and we can have a slide on this, why we didn't include it this time. I will say that from our conversations with Sean Korn and staff, and looking at the intended goal of meeting council's directives of revenue stability, I definitely do think the current system is effective. If council wants us to come back with that, Shane, if you could bring up the slide on that, I would propose bringing that back with the next water and sewer rate setting, which would be for the 25-27 financial plan. And we did think about this a little bit, and we do have some of those operational changes, as Shane also mentioned in his presentation, coming up. We have strategic plans coming up where we are looking at opportunities to shift a little bit of how we do work up at the water treatment plant that may result in some efficiencies that might impact that rate structure. We are completing the WRF. We might see a whole different outcome right there. We have engineers' estimates on cost, but once we truly take it over and start driving it, it might be something. Groundwater expansion, infrastructure renewal strategies, potential short-term non-potable water sales could also impact that revenue right there. So that might be something we would want to look at, as well as our overall initiatives on energy management. So if council, if that was something that you wanted to direct staff to do, I would recommend that we bring that back with a little bit more of this data right now and bring that back to you during or concurrent with the 25-27 financial plan.
Thank you. And I think City Manager would like to add something to that.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Francis. So there's a couple points, and Mr. Floyd touched on that as one. We'll be bringing the water resource recovery facility online, and so we're going to learn about the operational costs. I think we already know that there's going to be new system skills requirements. We know with our water treatment plant, longer term with the new technology that we've been bringing on, and also new demand, because as we grow, when we have new residents, there's getting meeting new demand, and we're going to have more customers. Ultimately, that may defray some of the base costs because we've been spreading a lot of fixed costs over a smaller number of users. And as we add users, it'll be interesting to see how this plays out over time. And so I think that all needs to come together in addition to the areas that Mr. Floyd spoke about. And the council will have a chance to take a look at this. So part of the work that we'll be doing in year 2 of the financial plan that's before you tonight is looking at an organizational assessment for utilities to look at the structures and systems and staffing. We'll bring that back in year 2, and then you'll have that information as kind of a baseline for, okay, what is it going to take to operate the utilities of the future? And then when you have that information, then we can if the council's inclined, jump into a rate structure conversation in time for the 25-27 financial plan.
So what I'm hearing is that we'd want to wait until year 2 when all of these operational changes are in place, and then when that would be the time to decide if it's worth the time and energy of staff and consultants to come in and revisit that.
That is correct.
Okay,
and at
thank
that
you.
point, if that was the path forward, we would set up study sessions with council to get your feedback on what you might want to see and see if you'd like to reprioritize the strategies that were adopted in 2018.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, thank you for the great presentation, and thank you also for the thorough answers to a lot of my questions in the agenda correspondence. Appreciated that. Sort of piggybacking a little bit off some of the things that you've said already, but maybe you could sort of clarify a little bit further. We received quite a few emails sort of referencing the rate structure. I know we weren't proposing to change the rate structure, but doing some math on the rates themselves and how with the base rate and the per unit rate, it's actually cheaper per unit in some cases for someone who's a high user than someone who's a lower user. I wonder if you could, and the proposition was that maybe we should go to that type of rate structure and adjust the costs, more fairly so that it's cheaper per unit for lower users than it is for higher users, I think was the implication. So maybe you could talk about why or why not that's a decent proposal.
Yeah, thank you. I would remind council and community here this evening that there is still the confines, though, of Proposition 218, that we really do need to, in those customer classes, assign true use based on how much did this customer class use, how much did this use. We really do need to make sure that we spread those costs equally by Proposition 218 across those customer classes. So with that, though, I think it is important, and this chart that Shane has assembled for us this evening, I think does a nice job of showing those differences right there in the perspectives that folks might have on this conversation. So when we do look at the x-axis there, and it talks about the units used, we do see why that cost per unit, and this does include the base fee on it, you do pay more as a total bill right there. The percentage of that is higher right there. So the cost per unit really is higher for those lower, especially the 1 and 2 unit users on that. I do think it's important, though, and this is why we overlaid the total bill on there, is when we back out from it all and look at actually the cost of the overall utility bills, it's fairly straight line. It's fairly linear, and you can see a slight inflection right there at that 5 unit rate in that second tier, but then you can really see it kick up again at that third tier right there. So really, if you step back and you're looking at a rate structure that is designed that the more water a customer uses, the higher their bill would be, I think we have achieved with the current rate structure something that really does kind of represent that right there. So the real question on that becomes then, whether you look at it from that perspective, with inclusive of base fee, staff has worked with council in the past. We looked at it from the standpoint of that base fee being an equitable amount that we could attribute equally to everyone in the community, which would actually encompass those fire flow and other kind of fixed costs across all of the customer classes. And that's why they're equally distributed like that.
Thank you for that clarification. You mentioned in your presentation that we're expecting 1.5 million more on electricity costs, I think over the next year or two. I can't remember what slide that was on. But you also mentioned that we're doing a lot to try and reduce our electricity use. Is that 1.5 million taking into account some of the energy efficiency measures that we're doing? And maybe you could talk about those measures that we're taking and what we think the long-term impact of that will be.
Right, and yes, council member, that is inclusive of it. So that is already baked into it, is the savings right there. Now, there is some still potential savings in the future that we do intend to pursue on that. But yes, the rather expensive rate increases that we are receiving from PG&E, and it's important to also remember that several of our facilities, our source water costs, Nacimiento, Salinas, even our water treatment plant actually lie outside of the city of San Luis Obispo, so we are not on 3CE. We are on the PG&E rate on that, and industrial commercial users under that tend to pay a little bit higher amounts than you would see on a residential rate. Their rate setting process is not 218, it's under the California Public Utilities Commission. So they're under a little different they're not held to the same equitable amount of cost on that one. So unfortunately, those costs then land on the public water and wastewater services, and they're therefore passed on to the end consumer on that. We do, though, continue to look for those opportunities for efficiencies, and this is even some of the stuff that we are looking at in the way of some of the strategic plans that City Manager Johnson referred to. So we're even looking at ways of optimizing things like our water treatment plant, which currently runs about 18 hours a day. Looking at the opportunities to take advantage of time of use. Does it make sense to staff it a little different? Does it make sense to run it at different times of the day? You know, are we pumping at the most cost-effective times of day? Obviously, that has to be paired with staffing and everything else on there. But those costs are things we are also looking at. I would also point back to the slide where we also talk about the grants, the $20 million in grants that the water and sewer funds have received over the past 5 years. Those have also really helped to offset rates. So if not for those efficiencies made and the grants received, we would be delivering perhaps less capital projects in the way of some of those grants and might have to be in front of council tonight asking for even more significant rate increases.
Yes, we definitely appreciate all the hard work put into getting those grants. And I think all the infrastructure that's been being built and the plans that we have helped us benefit by setting us up to get a lot of those grants. So great work on that. Last but not least, and if you don't know the answer to this, that's totally fine, but I'm just going to kind of go back a little bit in history just to kind of give a little bit of a, I don't know, I guess a guideline of when it's appropriate historically to look at rate structures, as Councilmember Francis was implying. It sounds like there's a lot more to it than just sort of we should update this every 10 years or we should update it every 5 years, and there's a lot of changes that might make it a good time to relook at the rate structure in 25, 27. But before 2017, do you happen to know when the last time was that was kind of reevaluated? He's prepared.
2012. Help from the audience says 2012. I actually was looking at the rate structure adoption car from 2018, but Sean Corn has bailed me out and says 2012.
Awesome. That sounds like a 5-ish, 6-ish years.
Yeah.
Seems like a
So we are about
reasonable.
on track right now as another 5 years right there. So that would make sense, especially given all the significant changes that we have coming up right now to really kind of reevaluate that.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Pease.
I was just going to add some context. I had a little sidebar with Sean when we're just trying to remind the time frame because time flies by. It was in 2015 that the Capistrano decision came forward around rates could be used to encourage conservation. So that was some of the catalyst for the 2017 update. So a lot of agencies around that time all jumped in and said, hey, we really need to be thoughtful. And so there was a lot of restructuring that was driven by that particular legal decision.
Great. Thank you so much. Covered a lot of ground here, and I think that's, I appreciate your bringing forward the opportunity for maybe considering rate structure in the future for us to consider going forward. Building on Councilmember Schwartzman's question about some of that equity piece, I think it's all been explained. The one piece that I'm wondering could be considered in a rate structure in the future. As the piece is, could the base rate itself be tiered? So if the entire city were on a 0 to 5 kind of unit consumption pattern, presumably the base rate would be a little bit lower because we wouldn't, even just the water, we might not have procured the remainder of the nacimiento share, right? That there's some other pieces. So I think some of that correspondence, the article that was out, somebody was doing the math and saying, well, what if the lowest tier users, there's still a base, so we have some surety, but that the base actually goes up for maybe 3 tiers, depending on users.
Council member, if you'll allow, and city manager, I'd like to ask Sean Corn to come up here, our rate consultant on that. That is one we did see that in the comments. That's not one I have personal experience with, so I'll ask Sean to help us out with an answer on that for you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Sean.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Appreciate the opportunity. So there are a couple of agencies around the country that do that. City of Davis had that in place for a while. I don't know or remember off the top of my head if that is still in place today. What it requires as we go through and meet the requirements of Prop 218, though, is to establish that cost basis for that. So we would have to come back and look at that fee or that base charge and make sure that it accurately represents the costs associated with that. So there may be some, I'm going to say leeway, that's not the word I'm thinking of. That's not the term. Opportunity, thank you, to think through that process and evaluate that as part of that. So that is out there as part of that. It'd just be a matter of identifying those costs. The only other comment I'd make is we do have it by meter size right now. So the larger the meter, the higher the base charge to reflect that. So that does take, I'll say, a little piece of that into consideration of what you're considering as part of that.
Good. Thank you so much. That's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you. And most of my colleagues have asked most of my questions, so that's fantastic. Also want to say great job in the presentation, really appreciate it. And I also really appreciate on the outreach, so much more is done every year, and I appreciate that. Also including Miguel's awesome radio show as well, so thank you. I think, and I just guess I'm just gonna wrap it up really simply in someone who is making minimum wage is looking at this rate today and saying, I have to work 2 extra hours a month to pay for this new amount. And, you know, you mentioned about the subsidized, I forget what you call it. Thank you. Customer assistance. I know CAP, but I was thinking like climate action plan. I'm like, that's not it. Can you share about that one more time? Sorry.
Yes, thank you. And it is the customer assistance program.
Thank you.
And Shane has it up right here. We have created a QR code so that folks viewing this right now can snap a picture of it. These slides will also be made available after this presentation this evening. So this will become part of the permanent record. Or people can visit slowcity.org/CAP for our customer assistance program, or call the utilities office at 805-781-7215, and we would be happy to talk to folks. Again, there is up to a 15% discount rate on that, which is legally compliant because we don't do that on rate revenue.
Yes, thank you. And I've been so thrilled these last couple of years that you've figured out a way to make that happen. So that's awesome. And then, so just kind of also to wrap up, just hearing that the conservation rates, we can't bonus people for using less and we can't penalize people for using more. Simple, right?
We can charge a third tier rate, which does cost more based on actual field data right there, that it actually shows that our infrastructure, we did have to increase the size of our tanks, pumps, infrastructure to actually facilitate delivering that extra water, just so to make that water, because pipes don't scale up and down depending what we need. So we do need to actually, and we can have that opportunity to have that third tier.
Great, thank you.
We cannot use it for our conservation.
Thank you. And just want to make sure, Vice Mayor, do you have any comments or questions? Or questions, I should say, at this point?
No, we're still at the question phase,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
No, I think my colleagues have done a great job of asking all the questions I had. So I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Clerk, is there any public comment?
Yes, we have 2 public comments, but I need to know how you want to handle them because they're both for item 7A and 7B. So do we, and I think we only have one presentation.
Yes, we're doing the report together. So I think if they're for 7A or 7B, we can go ahead and have that presented now.
So
Thank you.
Donna Shansky and Tom O'Connor.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. I am Donna Shansky.
Can you help her put the mic down? Yeah, there we go.
Oh, good, because I have a low voice. Thank you. I moved up from San Diego in 2021, where I've lived for about 50 years. And that summer, I visited County Records Department on Monterey Street to see about transferring my tax base up here, and found out through many discussions with them the first issue of raising cost here, as many of our Cal Poly students did earlier this evening, that because of pandemic inflation, they were allowed to increase property taxes on all landowners up here by 2%. That was for last year. Not sure what it's going to be for this year. Second issue over the last few months, I love going to the Palm Theater. And now I found out parking is going to cost me just as much as the ticket. Tickets there are $9. So sometimes movies are longer, so they're 3 hours. But thanks to Mr. Johnson, I will apply for the park local bonus. They'll save me an hour. It's $3 less than the ticket. But just for your own information, SLO has right now become the second highest rate of cost of living, second only to Napa, California, of all the U.S. cities with a population of 48,000. So just because citizens are making an extra $2 to $3 per hour based on pandemic inflation, it looks like SLO is also getting on the bandwagon with grocery and gas corporations, and as you two gentlemen mentioned, the chemical corporations for everything. You're going to take this bit of extra income away from citizens themselves, other than for, I guess, the support of low-income people who will get a break on this. So I could also maybe go along with the increase that the water department was doing something to improve the poor water quality here in SLO. As it is, my hair and skin have completely dried out, and the flavor of the extremely hard water here is dreadful. And I do not see anything in this rate increase that would improve these issues for me personally. Not all about me, but it is interesting. And so if you want me to pay extra per month, I would like something for my own money. And by the way, I checked the water. Oh yeah, the quality of water softeners here are about $2,500 to $3,000 with installation plus regular filter replacement. So please think about what you're doing to regular citizens' budgets and do not increase the water sewer rates. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Tom O'Connor.
Yeah, I came to speak about the water and sewer rate increase. And I think that unless there was an absolute urgency that could be explained in a simple manner and publicized citywide, other than the pamphlet was good to some extent, but a lot of people I talked to didn't understand it, that was mailed out, or they don't comprehend all the numbers on it necessarily. But one thing I do realize is that inflation right now is really having a bad effect on everybody right now. And nobody wants an increase in anything, period. And it's just beyond just being a plain nuisance. But right now, it's getting down to people are suffering. During the wintertime, the gas increases. People had to wear like sweats in their house, turn off the gas, and no heat. A lot of senior citizens I know. But I know a lot of senior citizens also that every drop of water that they procure through the faucet, that drop is going 3 or 4 or 5 different uses. I know a lot of people that are doing this, and they're scrimping because of all the droughts we've had over the years in the Central Valley, you know. And so I think that any kind of cost increase has to be taken with a dire deliberation on the effect that it has on all the poor people in this town. And a lot of people are on fixed incomes. They may have a piece of property, but they don't own that property to make money off of it. They've raised their family in those houses. And this used to be a working class town. I know it's very expensive right now, and there's a lot of very wealthy people, and I don't have anything against them, but I think that the urgency of has to be explained to people, because if push comes to shove that we have to have a water increase, and it's just absolutely urgent, necessary, has to be, that's one thing. But this has to be communicated to the average person. A lot of numbers, too many numbers. There's a lot of confusion on even how to read your meter. You know, a lot of people I've talked to, and they say, well, it's like this, and then they explain it, and people don't even understand that. And I would say probably if you pick somebody out of the street and said, can you please explain to me how this water meter works? they wouldn't know how to explain units of measurement and so forth. But I think now a couple of years ago, up in Santa Margarita, they were really conserving water very well during the drought, and they actually got an increase because of the cost of delivery. But just for right now, I would say vote for not an increase.
Thank you
very
so much. Any other commenters?
No, there is not.
Okay. You know, I hear the word simply, and water is definitely not simple to explain, and that is really hard. Any initial thoughts on the public commenters' comments?
Yeah, thank you for that opportunity, Madam Mayor. We definitely understand the impacts of the inflationary costs that are being passed through from chemical cost, from electrical cost on that. I would really, again, encourage the public to visit our website. We have a lot of information on there that actually talks about what we do with the rates, you know, what we actually provide to the community in the way of water and wastewater services, as well as our customer assistance programs on there. We also do have web pages on there to try to help our community understand those things, such as how to read your water meter. We have a whole water resources section in the utilities department that goes out and helps people that have higher bills than expected like that. So we are out there. You can also find us at Farmers Market every other week. So we'll be down there. We have a booth where we actually go out and try to engage with the community on that. I do understand the questions we did receive related to the Proposition 218 notice, and people did want to see more information on that. That is a very prescribed legal requirement, so we do try to take as much latitude as we can to try to explain the why and point people towards it. But it's for that reason that we did a lot of outreach, including trying to bring people into our community water forums, putting information out on the radio, both English and Spanish, putting social media out there to try to get people to come in or at least visit us on our website or give us a call on that. The last comment I would have, if people do have questions about water quality that was raised on there, I would really encourage people to also go to our website, as we had the opportunity to, I believe 2 weeks ago, present not only on the amount of water we have, but on the high quality. So every year we do send out our annual water quality report to all members of the community so that they can actually be assured that the water we are providing in the city of San Luis Obispo is 100% safe.
And that water report goes out to renters and owners?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that update and kind of input, so. City Clerk, do you have a report on the protests?
Yes. Mayor Stewart and members of council, since the release of the Proposition 218 notices for the water rates on April 17th, 2023, the city has received 1,296 written protests on the water rate increase that were validated in advance of tonight's public hearing. Based on the percentage needed, this does not constitute a legally sufficient protest for the water rate increase.
Thank you very much. This is the point of deliberations. One of the things that I just will say first and foremost is this is one of the most expensive places to live when we talk about cost of living, and it is very frustrating to have to deliver, you know, as mentioned earlier, parking increases and water increases and sewer increases. It feels really overwhelming, and it feels frustrating that just feels frustrating, to be perfectly honest. And at the same time, I also understand that to have the quality and quantity of water, it's an investment. And you know, I remember the first kind of pre-meeting we had and looking at the chemicals and couldn't believe it. And I remember coming home to my husband saying, "Can you believe this?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's actually what we're dealing with in Creston too, and the chemicals I'm paying for in Creston." So I'm just, you know, I'm looking at food costs more, gas costs more, everything we're having right now costs more. And so that of course comes through in this 218 where we have to charge what it costs for us to make it, and not only to make it out of the air, but to treat it and get it to you and transport it. So this is definitely one of my least favorite topics pretty much every month, or sorry, every year. And, but at the same time, again, I am really appreciative of the customer assistance program. And I also wish in a way that we could see what that $20 million over the last 5 years of awesome grants that you all have procured would equal in water rates, because then people could see that the 8.5% would be what? And I think that would be helpful for the community. So maybe even if do you happen to have that? I guess I'll ask that first.
Roughly, I mean, if our budget is about $23 million in water right there, every percentage is $230,000. So when you get to the 20 million, that's a very
a lot of percentage
increase. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think, you know, maybe in the post-op of this meeting, maybe you could share what that looks like. I think that would be helpful for the community to understand that while this is still more the money than we all would like to charge, it also would have been more, even more. Councilmember Shorsman.
Yeah, you said all that really well. This is just, we were sort of talking earlier about how these are just tonight, just really hard decisions. I hear the community members. I see it in my water bill. I've watched my water bill go up, and I've, tightened my belt to make that payment every, month. And it's no fun to know that the costs of everything that we're seeing, rent, food, our own other household expenses are just going up. And to be a local government official and to not be able to give somebody relief is just a really frustrating place to be, to have to even make these decisions. But we are lucky in this community to have really good water security, and we've had people that have sat on this dais and staff that have sat out there over the years doing a really good job to protect our water security and make sure that we all have enough water to drink and use. But we can't stop investing in that now and go backwards, especially at a time in our community where our community is starting to grow slightly, and we need to continue to be ready to take care of all of us. So I hear the concerns about the cost of chemicals. I am grateful that our team here is looking for other ways to clean our water supply so that we don't have to use as many chemicals and to be electricity efficient, so that we can hopefully cut down on some of those costs. I appreciated in the slide that it looks like in 27 or so, 25-ish, we'll be able to start seeing smaller increases than the 8.5% and 7.5% that we're going to have to implement in the next couple of years to kind of keep things moving in a direction where we can sustain ourselves. I also wanted to make a comment about the literature that's sent out. I know, as you mentioned, Director Floyd, that it's a pretty prescribed government ease document that has to go out. It's small print. Not everybody is able to access the internet quite as easily to get all that information and to drill down on that information in a way that they might understand. So just continue to ask staff to look for ways to make that educational material more easily understood by somebody with a low literacy level, and of course translated into all the necessary languages that we need to for our area. And I know it uses more paper and creates a longer document, but larger print where you can, so that it makes it easier for those who have tired eyes to be able to read the document too.
Yes, we've definitely received some emails about that and just how difficult it is to see. And I think it was Vice Mayor Marks that shared, writing towards a very smart fifth grader is a great way to do it, because then you kind of manage a lot of different literacy levels. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I won't repeat everything that you've said, but I think that both of you have made incredible points about, particularly tonight, hearing from the public on so many issues of affordability and how they're really feeling the crunch from all sides. It's makes stuff like this incredibly challenging for us. I appreciated a lot of your explanation and to go to the point of urgency that was brought up earlier. This feels like it is very much just covering the costs that need to be covered in this moment so that we don't have to come later with an even more exorbitant fee increase for folks. I know it's not the time now to talk about revisiting the rate structure, but I do want to say that I am very interested, especially after all of the new infrastructure changes and chemical changes come through and staff changes. I would love to explore whether it's the time to revisit and when we get to the 25, 27 budget setting cycle. So thank you very much. I will be supporting this, although with no joy.
Councilmember Pease.
Thank you so much, and thank you to my colleagues for the opening remarks on all that. I'm also supportive of the rates. Gotta have water, gotta have sewer, and I think our staff has been incredibly responsible stewards of that resource and of the finances. So I'm grateful for that. And I remember it was just a couple years ago, coming out of COVID, when we were actually targeting maybe a higher rate, and you were all able to kind of crunch the numbers and actually not go as high a rate at that round. So I know that if we can find efficiencies, you absolutely will. So, and I would be, even though I won't pretend that it was my favorite process of going through the study rates, it was incredibly informative. It was perhaps longer than it needed to be. I think there could be an efficient review, because I think we're pretty close. I think we're, but the current council hasn't had that same opportunity. So just to be able to revisit and understand and have the public understand about where that comes from, and if there's any new best practices that are coming up, and as we look at these other operational changes that are coming on board. So I would support that, at least that consideration in the next financial planning cycle.
Nice, thank you. Vice Mayor Marks.
Thank you. This is always very painful and difficult for the council to look at, changes in the rate structure. I have to say that there was a year that we were actually able to reduce the water and sewer rates. And my hope is that in the future that the city may be able to do that. If we're looking at, so I do support the idea of revisiting the rate structure, maybe as Councilmember Pease said, in a more sort of abbreviated form, but I do think it's a good idea to take another look at it when we're looking at using fewer chemicals because of the WRF. We don't know the wastewater resource reuse facility. We don't know exactly, we can't predict precisely what that's going to mean in terms of chemical use reduction. And also the county has signaled that they do want to join Central Coast Community Energy. And so that should result in a savings in terms of the cost of energy. So I do support that. I do have to say that when we're looking at water, there's the cost of the water itself. Like if you go into 7-Eleven and buy a bottle of water, right? But there's the cost of delivery. And I would analogize to like when you order something from Amazon or whatever, you're buying something, but then you also have to pay the delivery cost, which is the cost of delivery, which is a fixed cost, as staff has pointed out very well. The water system has got to be maintained. It's an investment in the future, but it's also an investment in the past in a certain way, because this is an old city. We were first incorporated in 1850. It's an old city, and our water system is old. So we're not only having to expand water delivery as the community develops, but we're also having to maintain our old system and improve it. So the other thing I wanted to just reiterate was something mentioned by the city manager, and that is that as these new residences are added to our system, we are making sure that development pays for itself in terms of water and sewer. And that's where what's called the base rate, the cost of delivery, that's where it comes in. So there's another sort of avenue of hope there, that as the water and sewer system expands, that possibly we may see some savings there. So I'm open for a future where we can actually reduce the rates. I'm not going to take any bets that will happen, but I do think it's a worthy goal. We have to be honest and straightforward about what it costs to maintain the high level of water and sewer service that we have. And as several people pointed out, we are water secure. And it's not just what's in the reservoirs, it's also that our system is delivering water in a secure, predictable way. So I will be supporting the staff recommendation, and I'd like to make the motion when the time is right.
Thank you so much. I just had one other question I forgot to ask earlier. You mentioned about the sewer cap, 8 to 5, mainly renters, $30 of savings. Is that per year or per month? Month? Okay, thank you. Well, I think I said a lot, so I won't add too much more, other than I also would support, when it comes to 25, 27, rate structure. You can just put that in the notes too, to review, because I think you're right. I mean, that was right before I came on board. And I also think that one thing that's so important about city, as far as the staff and the council, is constantly looking at what we're doing, evaluating it, improving it. That's a constant cycle that I see, and why the city actually runs incredibly well. And I think evaluating what that looks like is going to be really important. And if there's a different structure we can do that could save people money, fantastic. And I think that's what we need to look at always, just in case. And so I just wanted to thank you for sharing the why of the rate increases, and also just always thanking you for I'm also thankful that you're always looking at ways to decrease the cost, as mentioned earlier, from past years, and what we look at doing going forward with grants and beyond. So happy, Vice Mayor, to take your motion. And is there a second? Councilmember Shorsman.
I'll second it.
City Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Vice Mayor Marks?
Yes.
Councilmember Shorsman?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 5-0 with very zero joy. But thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll see you back at 8:33.
Madam Mayor? Just to
Sorry?
confirm, did that was
For A and B. Water and sewer.
I just want to be clear. I want to read into the record.
Do we need to do it separately?
I want to read in the record the number of protests for sewer, since we did not read those into the record.
Was it different?
Yes.
Because we only reported the water.
Oh, okay, thank you.
So
you have a report on the protest of sewer rates?
Yes, since the release of the Proposition 218 notices for the sewer rates on April 17, 2023, the city has received 1,295 written protests on the sewer rate increase that were validated in advance of tonight's public hearing. Based on the percentage needed, this does not constitute a legally sufficient protest for the sewer rate increase.
1,295 protests for the sewer rate increase. Thank you so much. Thank you. I assume they were the same. I apologize.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to double check. So thank you for that moment to just a clarification, Mayor. So for the record, the motions included the staff recommendations for 7A and 7B.
Correct. 7A and 7B, the water service rates and the sewer service rates for financial plan 2023 to 2025. Thank you very much. Motion passes 5-0. We'll be back at 8:34. All right. Thank you, everybody. Hi, we're going to go ahead and get back started. We're going to talk about budget. Woo. Or at least you're not increasing any rates. Thank you.
You're funny. Like getting fun.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for rejoining us. We'll be back with budget with, unfortunately, one less council member. Vice Mayor Marks, as stated earlier, isn't feeling well, so she won't be able to make the rest of the meeting. So you'll get a four votes. So we'll go ahead and move forward to our financial plan 23-25 financial plan with Finance Director Emily Jackson and Principal Budget Analyst Natalie Harnett. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. We're really excited to be here tonight. Really, this is a culmination of about 8 months of work and a tremendous amount of outreach to the community. And we couldn't do what we do on the financial plan without the support of the community and the council, and then supported by a talented team of analysts, department heads, and people who do a lot of work to really put the numbers together, along with really putting together thoughtful work programs that respond to all of the intelligent input we received during the community engagement process. In essence, what's being proposed to you tonight is a balanced budget, is required under the charter, which is one of my requirements. And so tonight's hearing satisfies the charter requirement to provide a balanced budget. There are no significant changes from the strategic budget direction that was presented to the council in April of 2023. It's really important to note that we're really building on the efforts of previous investments and our major city goals, and a real focus on supporting core services. And I'll talk about that in a moment, why that's important, as San Luis Obispo is experiencing right now a time of growth, and we want to make sure that our core services that we're providing to our community are not compromised with the growth that's happening in San Luis Obispo. We are fortunate enough right now to see a lot of alignment between our Fed, state, and county partners, and working with our nonprofit and business community. And so they're here tonight, and part of what's before you tonight is a variety of different agreements with many of those agencies, nonprofits, and the business community to either partner or stimulate goals or strategic objectives in response to what you've been looking at over the last few years, the last few months, which is a fair amount of strategic plans. We have the need to focus on storm recovery. You all know what happened between January and March, and there is a tremendous amount of damage that happened to our city. I'm thankful for Matt Horn and Aaron Floyd and the rest of the Public Works and Utilities team who have prioritized our flood response, and to Emily and her team for our work and making sure that all the documentation is put together. That is going to be no small undertaking. I've worked on FEMA projects that go on for 20 years, where you're still working through paperwork. And so getting it right from the get-go and adhering to all of the requirements for positioning the city for full recovery is really important. We know something about the 21st century, or getting into the 2020s, is that we have a fair amount of uncertainty. And so if it's possible, it can happen. And so we are going to need to continue to monitor, report, and adjust. And so transparency is going to be vital. And so our pledge to the council, and you already see that coming forward in your agenda forecast, is ongoing reporting on our progress for how we're doing financially and how we're making progress on our major city goals. And so those will be opportunities to not only report on outcomes and progress, but at the same time, council should be prepared to be nimble and flexible in response to kind of issues that come up along the way. Throughout all of this, the good news is that we have strong city values that will and policies that will guide our organization should we encounter any economic turbulence, which we anticipate. The Fed has been taking a fair amount of measures to try to tame inflation. We heard a lot about that tonight. I wish there was an immunity pill for government for inflation. We don't have that. And so we see the same exact pressures that the private sector is experiencing. In some cases, it's more acute. As I move down to the next slide, I want to talk about some of the accomplishments because I think it's important that we reflect on what we've done. And the mayor and I had the chance last week to present the state of the city, and I'm really proud of the accomplishments. The investments that the city council has made in terms of community preparedness and emergency manager have paid dividends. You've already begun to see the impacts of our mobile crisis unit and our CAT teams. And I think it's activated some conversation at the county level and helped us secure some funding from the county for some projects that we have some hope in the future will help us with one of the crises that we're experiencing as a nation, state, county, and a city, which is homelessness. You heard just previously that the council's investment a few years ago to retain a contract grant writer has paid dividends. We're approaching $40 million in outside grant funding, and this is really defrayed costs that we otherwise would have been borne by our taxpayers, and there's more to come. And so when I think about being nimble and flexible, we don't know when notices of funding availability will come out that align with our major city goals, and so you'll have to trust the staff, and we'll be coming to you when we see opportunities to defray some of those costs and where we can align initiatives with the outside funding. And so we'll be working to communicate that when that happens. We've also had the chance to develop an updated plans and programs and specifically on strategic plans, whether it's our DEI strategic plan, our broadband plan, our updated climate action plan. You'll see the economic development strategic plan. We have a collection of plans. It's so vast, in fact, that one of the new tasks that I'm hoping for one of our new staff members is really kind of develop a catalog and hyperlinks so that the council, the public can see that we've got plans for virtually every single area. And I would submit that at this time where we are at kind of the arc and the development of our community, that we're now in the time of implementation. And so we should expect to be in an implementation cycle for some time while we continue to refine policies specifically to deal with some of the major city goal efforts that the council has asked us to undertake. You've seen that we've had some award-winning capital projects. I mentioned some of those tonight. I won't belabor those as part of the city manager report earlier. We've implemented provisions of state laws, whether that's new laws regarding public safety, new laws regarding land use, new laws regarding how we charge for services. Your city continues to be attentive to the requirements that are coming from the federal and state government. I'm really proud of our work on the diversity, equity, inclusion, whether it's our DEI high impact grants or the business grants that will be coming to you on June 20th. We are having an impact. In fact, the mayor and I and other council members last Friday had a chance to see one of our recipients who's receiving a grant to open a facility for Black-owned businesses. And so I'm really excited that the city's investment was really the germ of that idea happened long before the city thought of it, but we were able to work on that with the DEI task force and then really catalyze that in partnership with other community-based organizations. And last but not least, something that ranks very high when we reach out to the community is support for open space. The open space defines the character of San Luis Obispo. It's where we all go to breathe and recreate and find ourselves and recreate with others. And so that will continue to be a priority for San Luis Obispo. You know, some of the challenges ahead is going to be balancing our resources with ambitions. And that is hard because we hear oftentimes about the various different acute needs. We heard about that tonight from a series of speakers. And those are complex public policy issues that, in my experience, to really address fully requires a significant amount of investment. And so, you know, attending to both the current needs and the aspirational needs of the city is going to be a constant tension. We've seen those inflationary pressures on expenditures, and we've seen in particular in just the last 12 to 18 months, you know, what inflation has done to our capital improvement program. And we're seeing really acutely the wage inflation cycle, where we're seeing wages, you know, try to chase inflation, and then that pushes inflation up. And so and economists talk about this, and we don't know when it's going to end. The latest jobs report, the federal government we're still experiencing a tremendous amount of job growth. And so what will be the shock to kind of stop that cycle? I don't think anyone knows just yet. One area I want to focus on is that our revenue structure has changed considerably, both with the passage of Measure G and with our tourism industry really becoming a key part of city revenues, and that is very sensitive to the economy. And so any shocks to the economy, we're going to have to be on the lookout for that. I'm very thankful that the council established as part of this budget and previous allocations a $2 million revenue reserve. Nevertheless, you know, these quarterly reports are really going to take a look at the sensitivity and how our budget and fiscal impacts are related to the overall economic health of our country and state and our local region. Our storm recovery expenditures in preparation for future storm events. And so we know that there's the potential for El Nino conditions to happen this next year, whether that climate translates into meteorological conditions that result in superheated storms. You know, that's been the prediction for some time with climate change. And so we're going to need the council's grace and focus on our storm response. And so you see that throughout the city right now, most acutely in the corner of California and San Luis Drive, where we're working very actively on a project. With all of that, you know, on top of some areas where we're seeing just unprecedented workforce transition and development. And so we have, fluid knowledge meeting kind of crystallized knowledge all at the same time. And what that means is that we really need to, pass some of this knowledge on to new people who are entering into public service. And that takes time. And this budget makes investments in our workforce to make sure that we're prepared to meet the challenges of the 21st century. I'm thrilled that we've got a talented workforce and we've been able to attract people to come to San Luis Obispo, and they're inspired by the major city goals, and that we have levels of engagement that make it exciting to work here. And that'll be something that we're going to need to continue to invest in over the next few years. We touched on it earlier. Councilmember Marks, before she left the meeting, talked a little bit about this, is that the city's growth is going to require, a commensurate level of investment. So whether it's some of the expansion areas, Avila, San Luis Ranch, the Margarita areas, we have new roads. So for example, the conversations I have with Matt all the time are about, well, our pavement plans, they don't take into account all the new lane miles that we've added with San Luis Ranch and Avila Ranch, and some of the other annexed areas such as Morabito, Burke, and some of the areas around Arrow Vista. So we'll need to take a look at that as well. And lastly is that we need to keep an eye on the state budget forecast. We saw, wild swings at the state level, $100 billion surplus followed by nearly a $35 billion estimated deficit in the current year. And so there are clear areas where the state budget has the ability to impact issues in the city of San Luis Obispo, such as housing and homelessness and infrastructure. And so our continued advocacy work will be important, both with our senator and our assembly, all the way up to the governor's office. And currently with the mayor's leadership position, we should be taking advantage of that to make sure that San Luis Obispo's voice is heard as decisions are made. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Jackson and Ms. Harnett. They're going to walk you through the rest of the presentation that really leads off with our recommendation tonight.
Thank you for the introduction. So tonight's recommendation, of course, is to consider and adopt the financial plan for 23-25. I want to clarify for the council that, of course, the city engages in a 2-year financial planning process, and the intent of that is really to ensure sort of a strategic focus over a 2-year period, understanding that not much can get done in a single year. That said, the recommendation before you tonight specifically focuses on appropriation of the 23-24 budget so that staff has expenditure authority to do all of the good work set forth in the financial plan. And as we always do, we will return in just a year's time to refine and present to you an updated budget for 24-25. So while this financial plan includes 2 fiscal years, we're seeking appropriation of the first year, and we expect that we will be back given some of the uncertainty and the challenges that City Manager Johnson has covered to present to you a refined and revised budget for 24-25 based upon what we know in a year's time. So as the city manager noted, this has been a months and months long process to get to this point. Tonight is really the culmination of many hours of staff work, work from our community and from your council, and engagement across all spectrums to arrive at resource allocation recommendations that support major city goals and identify other identified priorities of the community. We had initially intended and had scheduled to present the budget foundation item to council, of course, on January 10th, but in continuing with some of the budget uncertainty and chaos that began for everybody back with the 21-23 timeframe and developing budgets in the midst of a global pandemic, we were actually in the Emergency Operations Center on January 10th responding to the first round of significant storms to hit our area. And so that presentation was instead made on January 12th. That kicked off about a month-long goal setting and information gathering effort with our community to identify priority areas to formulate your identified major city goals, which happened during a Saturday workshop in February. And then, of course, on April 18th, we presented, as City Manager Johnson noted, a draft budget to your council. Happily, many, and if not all, of the items included in that budget reflected, it seems, appropriately reflected your desires and the community's desires. And so the only tweaks in tonight's version of the budget that you are looking at are really related to language on certain major city goal tasks, as well as a peel out of sort of the non-traditional versus traditional aspects of the PD budget. So as a foundation for tonight's review and discussion, I think that this slide really provides a good reminder of all of the things that the city does as a full service city. While we focus a lot on the major city goals that you've identified, it's also really important to consider the core services that we provide, many of which have a number of mandates associated with them. While we are the largest city in the county of San Luis Obispo, we're still relatively small, but for our size, we do a lot. The activities of the city are budgeted in a variety of different funds, the general fund being the largest and represents and accounts for most city operations, including public safety, internal support departments, parks and rec, community development, and a big chunk of the services provided by our Public Works Department. Other activities, of course, are more business-like in nature, and so they're contained within their own standalone enterprise funds. Those include water and sewer for utilities, and then from the Public Works Department, the parking and transit programs are budgeted in enterprise funds. And the reason for that is that those services are largely specific to certain clientele and are paid for. The costs of those programs are paid for with user fees paid by individuals using those services. In addition, we have a number of special revenue funds that focus on certain areas. Most notably, I think this year I want to highlight the fact that this is the first year we've included budgets for our new CFDs for San Luis Ranch and Avila Ranch, and so those are contained in the document. We expect that as we continue to beef up our administration of those programs and to collect additional funding, we'll start to build those budgets out over time. So the budgets included this evening are fairly high level, and you can expect to see some build out of those over the coming years. And then finally, of course, our capital project fund, which is usually the most interesting to everybody, just given that high number of visible and really exciting projects that we're undertaking over the next couple of years. So the key elements of the financial plan are several, and I just want to focus on a few of the highlights this evening. First, of course, is maintaining a long-term focus on our fiscal health overall. So, we've got a number of policies that we're seeking a formal adoption of this evening that we previewed for you back in January. And those are, again, really intended to ensure the long-term fiscal health of the organization, given all of the investments that we make on a year-to-year basis. Second, as City Manager Johnson noted, of course, we are continuing to prioritize storm recovery work and to, on the back end, do all of the somewhat tedious work, I guess, to document and collect information on all of those costs so that we're able to seek the maximum amount of reimbursement through both the federal and state government so that we can keep the city's ultimate cost down. Of course, as we've noted a couple of times already, we're not clear at this point on what the reimbursement timeline is, and we'll talk about that in a couple slides. Third, we attempt to align all of our resources with council adopted major city goal strategies, other core service needs, as well as priorities identified through the local revenue measure. We plan for the restoration of our minimum fund balance, especially within the general fund, our operating reserve, understanding that that's a source of funding for some of the storm recovery work being done, and also working and as well as assuring appropriate funding levels for working capital policy requirements as laid out in our financial policies. And then, of course, also along the lines of CIP work, we continue to invest in future fund maintenance of existing infrastructure, as well as building new projects to invest in our capital improvement program and the overall well-being of the community. And then finally, and you received a more extensive presentation on this back in May, but continuing to focus and prioritize payment of our pension liability. So as you heard back in mid-May, we continue and have always made our normal payments to CalPERS and have tried to expedite that in the last several years by making additional discretionary payments. And so that's something that we factor into the long-term forecast and expect to prioritize in the coming years. So to dive into where the money comes from, and this will build a bit off of some of the challenges that City Manager Johnson discussed. So the largest portion of the city's entire budget comes from our tax and franchise revenue. So this includes things like property tax, sales tax, TOT, other things that are generally available within the city's budget to fund various programs and services. The orange slide represents the service charges that we charge to individual members of the public who use certain types of services. Really important, again, to note that the more revenue we get, of course, the more volatility we experience. And so for different reasons, both tax revenue as well as service charges are highly dependent on various aspects of difficult economic conditions. So that's why it's really important that we continue to track our revenues on an over time on an ongoing basis to ensure that our expenditures don't get out of whack. Just understanding that so much of a city's budget and many governmental budgets depends heavily on overall economic conditions. And then finally, 17% of the total budget comes from debt financing. Consistent with policy requirements and best practices, we issue debt only for one-time costs that have a useful life beyond the period that they're financed for. And so the majority of the debt proceeds included in that 17% comes from debt proceeds for the continued project at the wharf, as well as expected debt proceeds for the Cultural Arts District parking structure coming up. And this is the expenditure side of the equation. So in the first year of the financial plan, 23-24, the budget totals $239 million, and in 24-25, $192 million. A little counterintuitive that it would go down in the second year, given the general expenditure growth that we typically see over year, and you will notice that there are modest increases for most funds. The big exception and what swings the numbers downward in the second year is the exclusion of the debt proceeds that we expect in the parking fund for the Cultural Arts District parking structure in 23-24, and everything else is relatively consistent, again, with modest increases in the second year. So as we've discussed, storm recovery continues to be a priority. We are working not only to address some of the safety risk posed by the damages related to the January and March storms, but we're working also on projects to mitigate future potential storm impacts from potential storm events. As the city manager noted, all of the weather predictions are pointing toward an El Nino year. We don't know what that will look like, but we had a good test run, I think, in January that helped us in March. And now that we've got two really significant storm events under our belt, we should be in a better position to weather whatever's coming, if something comes with the El Nino conditions that we're currently seeing. And so a lot of the work, again, is being done not only to repair damages caused by the January and March storms, but also doing it in a way that is reimbursable and also prepares us for the El Nino year. And again, we kind of proved out that concept, given that we experienced a considerable amount of damage with the January storms and much less in March. And I think, again, that's due to a lot of the work that we did to try to recover from January before March hit. So as we've previously discussed, there is $11.75 million worth of funding identified in this financial plan. $9 million of that comes from our operating reserve. We are expecting to use about $4.5 million of that in this current fiscal year. 4.5 in the next fiscal year, 23-24, and then we have also programmed in $2.75 million into our capital improvement plan to facilitate some of the larger projects that we need to get done, including San Luis Drive, which is currently the biggest, and we hope that stays the biggest project that we have. We're in a good position to be able to do that. There's a lot of other organizations out there that don't have the ability to pay for this and kind of cash flow some of these expenditures. And so again, just want to sort of laud the city's efforts to always focus on our fiscal sustainability and our fiscal health overall. Events like this can literally bankrupt some organizations, and we are very lucky to not be in that position. So again, we're using those two funding sources to cover our costs to date, which are just under $4 million, as well as estimated future expenses for some of our high priority work, which at this point is looking to be over $5 million. At the third quarter report, we presented a lower number, but we started to get some bids back from contractors who come in a bit higher. So we will see where that lands. But at this point, we're comfortable that we have enough money built into the financial plan to address, again, what we have already spent. So emergency protective measures and debris removal primarily, some pothole paving, and then that we've got money to address some of the high priority work, and we've got to have some conversations here about what are those medium and lower priority projects and what are we going to proceed with. Given that we don't know what the timing of reimbursement will be and how much we will actually be eligible for, we plan to continue to keep our fiscal health contingency plan in place until we have a bit more clarity about what that looks like and what we will ultimately be reimbursed for, either by FEMA and or Cal OES. So major city goals, of course, are always a big input into the city's budget in any given year. The major city goals, as we've discussed in prior updates to your council, really represent a continuation of some of the goal areas that you've identified in the current financial plan, as well as goals continuing from several financial plans now. So like the city manager said, we're really in an implementation phase. We have a bit of new work to do, but a lot of ongoing work that we need to wrap up and to continue with. So these bubbles represent the 4 major city goal areas, and then the budgets associated with supporting the identified programs within departments that contribute to the success and efforts to address the major city goals. While many of those allocations are specific to individual departments, I think it's really important to note, given what I said, we're a relatively small city, but we do a lot. Everybody contributes to these in some way, and so from our community services group to our internal support departments and public safety, it's really all hands on deck to work through some of these really difficult issues and get us to a better place than we're currently in. And then finally, I wanted to provide, I guess, some level of reassurance, though we may feel uncertainty and chaos in the current budget cycle. Outside agencies continue to reassure us that we're doing the right thing. And so every year we have ratings done of our credit worthiness, and happily we've been able to maintain a high credit rating overall for our organization, AA+, which really represents that we've got a very strong capacity to meet all of our financial commitments, and that we expect to be, the rating agencies expect that we will be able to continue to do that. So I think that this is a really helpful touch point, just as we are continuing to talk about debt issuance to fund some of the major capital projects coming over the next several years. While that will impact our budget, we're in a good position to be able to issue debt for some of those critical projects to repay the debt. I think the fact, and we got specific feedback from the rating agencies that we weathered the COVID-19 pandemic very, very well. We expect to be able to do that. And then also, happy to report, and I believe that we've talked about this recently, but it is in the financial plan. We recently had a review of our water bonds by S&P, and they actually upgraded our rating from AA- to AA. So again, despite the chaos and uncertainty we feel, we're getting input from outside of the organization that tells us and reassures us that we are on a good path. With that, that concludes my portion of the presentation. I will turn it over to Natalie.
Thank you, Emily. So I don't want to bore you with all the deep financial details, but I'm just going to go over briefly the general fund and then the enterprise funds and then the capital improvement plan. So this graph here shows the revenue trends for the general fund for the last 5 years, in addition to the 5 years of the forecast. Unsurprisingly, during the COVID years between 1921, you'll see there's a little bit of a dip in the tax revenue that is partially offset by the other revenue line, the orange line. And that was due to especially high interest earning years, as well as high development activity and grant revenue. And then you'll see that went down in 21-22. We actually had a negative $1.5 million fair market value adjustment. The two slightly shaded years represent the financial plan years. So this is kind of where we can visually see that we're expecting a slowdown of revenue, just kind of a flattening over the 2 years of the financial plan. One thing to note here is we actually did just start working with our third-party consultant on a fee study to review all of our fees for service. So this will help ensure that our fees have kept pace with our expenditures and are meeting our specific cost recovery policies. If there are any fee changes, those would be recommended with the supplemental budget in next June. This graph is similar to the last one, with the total revenue as the green line, and then the blue and the tan bars underneath representing expenditures categorized as operating or capital. The numbers along the bottom represent the undesignated fund balance. The undesignated fund balance is essentially the balance remaining at the end of the year after our reserve, after our additional payments to CalPERS, after anything else that is restricted for any certain purpose. In year one, the zero basically means that we expect expenditures to exceed our revenues due to the storm. And so we'll be utilizing our reserve as a cash flow measure. But then in fiscal year 25, we're actually able to replenish that reserve, and there's a $121,000 balance. What this picture tells us is that there's not very much wiggle room. $121,000 is about 0.1% of the overall budget. But as a reminder, this is a planning tool. So our quarterly budget reviews will give us ample opportunity to come back and kind of look at this every 3 months and adjust if we need to. This next pie chart is a breakdown of our general fund budget by department, with the total operational budget being about $88 million. Public Works, Police, and Fire make up more than half of the operating budget. These are the departments that play a huge role in making sure that the community is safe and clean. Like Emily mentioned earlier, I did want to point out that our city's police department encompasses a lot more than just your typical patrol services. In fact, over $4 million of the budget is for these non-traditional services, and 27% of the staff are actually non-sworn employees. So some of those things include our homeless services, downtown services, a school resource officer, among a variety of other neighborhood and community services. The SOBCs, or the significant operating budget changes included in the budget, are the same as items that you saw in April. You can see by the orange slices that the majority of these are going towards maintaining the city's core services. And that ranges from additional human resources to deal with the staffing and the workforce transitions. There's an additional urban forester position recommended. And then some of the other major city goal items include continuation of the buy local bonus, funding for La Loma Adobe Rehabilitation Phase 1, and then a historic resources inventory. While all of the expenditure items are included in the general fund, the city has identified multiple funding sources that can be used to transfer and to kind of help offset those costs. So those are included in the financial plan in detail. The next we'll just cover the local revenue measure. So the increase of the local sales tax from 0.5 to 1.5% in 2021 has been instrumental in providing services and infrastructure to the community. The general purpose tax measure provides about $30 million annually to the general fund and is the city's #1 source of revenue. It funds 51 existing positions and makes up about 10% of the general fund's operating budget and 78% of the capital budget, with a significant amount of those dollars going towards our annual streets maintenance and transportation. The use of the local revenue measure funds are overseen by a Revenue Enhancement Oversight Commission, and they did see the budget allocations and have made the recommendation as presented in the financial plan to council. Under California Constitution, the city is required to calculate and adopt an appropriation limit to guide the budget. Under the provisions, no local agency can appropriate proceeds of taxes in excess of its appropriation limit. The city's appropriation limit is calculated by considering population growth as well as the cost of living as allowed under Prop 111. Based on the 23-24 proposed budget, the city remains about $19 million below its appropriation limit, which is $71 million. Next, we'll go into the enterprise funds. So there are 4 enterprise funds which function as business activities and are accounted for completely separate from the general fund, which is mostly funded through the taxes. Water and sewer. So this is our utilities department comprised of the water and sewer funds. Like the general fund, there's no real changes from what council saw at strategic budget direction. There's a couple SOBCs, so totaling $175,000 in the first year for sewer, and then $191,000 for water in the first year. The 23-25 financial plan takes into consideration the significant cost increases, which we just heard a lot about, so I won't go into that. But in order to offset those cost increases, the department will continue to invest resources into projects and initiatives in order to help drive those costs down. And then also as a reminder, we sometimes forget, but part of the enterprise fund expenditures includes reimbursement to the general fund for the services that we provide, ranging from human resources to the city attorney to finance. So those transfers are all included in the financial plan as well on page 102. Both of the forecasts assume a drawdown of working capital for major CIP projects as well as debt service payments. Parking fund, as presented in the financial plan, fiscal year 23-24 will actually be the first year that we're operating with a mobility services division, which is a new umbrella structure that will help combine components of both parking, transit, and active transportation. So that's going to really help increase effectiveness and collaboration between all of the different modes of transportation that we have in the city. The big thing for the parking fund is going to be the Cultural Arts District parking structure and securing that debt to fund the project. There's about $6.9 million in working capital to support phase 1. And then the remainder, which is about $46 million, will be debt financed and paid back through the rate structure. The forecast assumes conservative annual revenue growth, with the majority of the revenue coming from parking lots and streets, as well as the structures. There is a $150,000 recommendation to support a rate study analysis in the first year of the financial plan. That study will help evaluate and develop options for matching rates with demand to match maintenance costs with the anticipated debt service for the structure. Last business activity is transit. The transit fund remains very healthy with a balanced budget and continued support through the federal funding, including ARPA allocations. While there remains a lot of uncertainty around the ridership and the reduced use of public transit, the short range transit plan, as well as the transit innovation plan, will help assist the program in restoring its services. During the 23-25 financial plan, the transit program will issue a request for proposals to establish a long-term contract for its transit operations and maintenance. So most of that work is contracted out. And it will continue to evaluate the Cal Poly service agreement that we have providing services to Cal Poly, and we'll continue to make progress on transitioning to electric fleet. Lastly, we will go through our capital improvement plan. With every 2-year financial plan, the city prepares a 5-year project recommendation for council consideration. Even though the first 2 years are funded through the financial plan, the 5-year planning tool is considered best practice and also kind of helps us achieve and plan for the longer term investments in infrastructure. The 5-year planning also means that we're able to start each year of the financial plan with an initial list of projects in the queue. So with the exception of the new storm damage projects, all of the recommended projects in this CIP had been previously identified in prior forecasted CIPs. It's important to note that in many cases, the project budgets or forecasts are not fully scoped. And oftentimes they're just mere estimates on what the project will cost. This is especially true for some of the storm projects that are still being assessed. And that's something that we're going to have to keep in mind over the next 2 years. Additionally, as mentioned before, as the city grows and adds new assets, new maintenance and operational needs will come from that. So these are just things that both put pressure on the capital and the operating budget. Resources have been identified to meet the needs in the first 2 years, but in many cases, we will still need to identify resources in the outer years of the financial plan for some of the projects. The city categorizes its CIP by 3 main types: annual asset maintenance, asset replacement, and new assets. In most years, asset replacement takes up the largest slice of the pie. However, in 23-24, you'll see that the new asset reflects 53% of the budget, and that's because of the parking structure. By year 2, the split is more in line with a typical year, with most of the budget allocated towards replacement of its existing assets. The orange slice represents the allocation to the capital reserve. So as you remember, with the 21-23 financial plan, we established a 20% capital reserve, which we did not have before, to help offset with cost increases as well as paying for emergency projects. In both the last 2 years, the entire reserve was exhausted. So in light of that, we're proposing to, recommending to allocate continuous refunding of the reserve, and the amount is about $4 million annually. This chart shows the top 10 general fund capital budget allocations by amount for year 1 of the CIP. The number 1 project is going to be the annual streets reconstruction project, which will repave many of the city's main arterial roads. The other projects include the storm recovery projects, the Mission Plaza concept plan implementation, storm drain replacement, Mid-Higuera bypass, IT replacement, and then a variety of other important projects. On the utilities side for sewer, we have continued work on the Wharf project, including the installation of a biogas driven cogeneration unit. I can never say that one. Replacement of various sewer mains that are in poor conditions in the area of Taft, Hathaway, Phillip, and Loomis. And then ongoing funding allocated for the voluntary sewer lateral replacements. And that really reduces the inflow and infiltration of stormwater in the wastewater collection system. On the water side, we have multiple pipeline replacements, including a large 16-ounce water main that supplies water to a quarter of the city, replacement of the roof at the water treatment plant, and design work for the replacement of Reservoir 2, which is planned to begin construction in fiscal year 30. For parking and transit, we have the garage and the cultural artistic parking structure, parking pay station installation, as well as the enforcement and gate entry equipment. Transit will see multiple bus replacements with new electric vehicles, its annual bus shelter replacements, the transit facility EV charging station infrastructure, and maintenance at the bus yard. So with that, that concludes our presentation for tonight. As a reminder, this is the public hearing for the 23-25 financial plan and the adoption of the 23-24 budget. We will come to council June of next year with the supplemental budget for the second year of the financial plan for appropriation. And in between now and then, we'll have our quarterly updates every 3 months throughout the year. And if needed, if there's any major changes to the financial plan or the budget, there would be a continued review and adoption at a later meeting before July 1st.
Wow, and thank you, all three of you, on so much information and a great presentation. Councilmember Pease.
Thank you so much. It has been a long and full and thorough process. So I had a chance at agenda review to have time with staff to be able to ask questions. And of course, we've had agenda correspondence. So supportive going forward. And I'll have a few comments as when we get there. But I guess, so I have two questions. Well, the first is just kind of a confirming that we had asked last time on specific directions to come in to talk about consideration of a strategy to further support housing that might involve reducing the parking minimums. And so, but it sounds like the idea is within the current staff efforts, without kind of shifting monies about, that we'd be able to consider that as, and kind of scope that item for the next cycle potentially. Is that kind of the approach that we're taking there?
If I could ask Mr. Cadron to step forward, we can talk a little bit conceptually about what he has in mind to hand off to Ms. Tway as she steps into the role in a couple weeks from now. But I'm sure Michael's done a great job thinking it through.
Thank you, Derek, and Mayor Stewart, council members. We've talked about this internally. We do have staff capacity to be able to evaluate the scope of the program. It's something that involves coordination, not just with community development and planners, but with public works and other departments that are responsible just for administering overall development program and public services. And so our plan is to scope and evaluate the program, whatever we would propose to the City Council, and complete that work in the February-March timeframe of 2024, so that if there are any significant operating budget changes that need to be proposed and included in the supplement for the next fiscal year, that those funds could be identified and allocated through that process. And then through that process, you'd also see what the scope of our proposal would be. So we'll be looking at other jurisdictions to see how parking minimums, lowering parking minimums have worked out for them. Also, other communities are establishing parking maximums. And that's another way to prevent, because you can have parking minimums, but some business models, they really want to provide as much parking as possible. And so that can work against what your objectives might be if you're trying to be as efficient as possible with urban land and not dedicate so much space to parking. So we're going to look at both of those, minimums and maximums, and evaluate what other communities have done and figure out what it's going to take also to amend our zoning regulations and bring something back to the City Council for consideration.
Great, thank you. So it sounds like potentially in year 2, if there was something that the council felt was particularly impactful and pressing that could be accomplished
Yes.
with budget change. Okay,
Yeah.
great, thank you.
Yeah.
And then my second question is in the CIP project, which is the Prado Road interchange. Is that what you have open to? Yeah, we're both, so this is as a reminder for the public listening at home, this is the actual overpass interchange at Prado Road, and then there's a separate bridge that is already, moving forward. But so this project started out in the $20 to $30 million range, and then there was more study and hydrology, I understand, of the site, that the whole thing needs to be lifted onto piers, and so that went to the $40 to $50 million range. And then, of course, there's just been inflation, and so now the dollar amount is $102 million. So there is a question in here, which is, and it's, so there's some monies here as it kind of proceeds through the environmental review and design, but at some point there's a line item in kind of the 25-26 year of, bonds infrastructure loan of $75 million, basically, and which seems, kind of literally impossibly large. And so I'm checking in to see kind of what are our insertion points for that project to be able to review and see, does this still make the most sense for our community? Is this a project that we could possibly accomplish at that dollar amount? Because as we, continue to bond, then other important projects, public safety, fire stations, all these things keep getting bumped out year. So I'm wondering if we can just hear a little bit more about what our thinking is to accomplish that process.
City Manager.
I'm going to invite Mr. Horn to come up and talk a little bit about this. I think this is one where there's a variety of funding sources. We have our own development impact fees. We have some specific fees that are specified in our development agreement for San Luis Ranch, and then we received a small amount of funding. As we know, this is a regional facility. I think Luke can correct me if I'm wrong. What is about 28% of the trips, begin and end outside the city. And so, having regional projects, on the backs of a city is pretty difficult. And particularly when you've seen just, the number of inflationary growth. And so Mr. Horn can outline a strategy and where those kind of touch points will be for the council. I think in total, I think at this point, we've really got to have some conversations with San Luis Ranch because they have an upcoming payment that's due to us out of the development agreement, and that's proportional, and we probably need to settle that. And then I think likely what you're going to hear Mr. Horn say is that we just need to probably finish up all of the permitting and have this project ready. Because I think clearly from my perspective, if the city were to essentially bond the gap, that, they would, you're talking about dedicating, a third of our current capital improvement program for the next 30 years towards one facility. It is an important facility, is one that has been long on the books. It's not going to get cheaper, but nevertheless, Mr. Horn can outline kind of where we could best position ourselves for, other outside funding.
Thanks for the intro, Derek. I'm Matt Horn, Public Works Director. So we are in the project approval environmental document phase of the Prado interchange, and I understand the project has grown substantially in cost over the years and iterations of development. We have multiple alternatives that are on the books right now, and so we need to study various different alternatives that can complete the project needs, address mainline, U.S. mainline concerns, our local roadway concerns, and meet the project's intent. So we're in that process right now of finishing up the alternatives, finishing up the environmental document, meeting with the project development team to go through the alternatives. This is a very critical time for the city as we kind of select what is our preferred alternative to move forward. Each one has different costs and different benefits, and we need to select that one that's right for our community. So we'll be doing that here in the near term, and then we'll be coming back to council in September to obtain your guidance on what is the preferred alternative for the project. That will close out the project approval environmental document phase after we can all land on the alternative that we want to build, and hopefully we can select an alternative that's the least impactful in cost to the city but meets our needs. After that, we'll go through the project specifications and estimate phase. That's the point in time when you have a viable project. We have better information on the cost that it's going to be, and there's more opportunity for other people to want to sponsor the project. You have a viable thing and they want to get behind that to help it out. There are huge benefits to Caltrans mainline by building this. It provides the city reduced VMT by doing this, but if we didn't do this, we'd be in a similar condition as we are right now. And we want to make sure that this regional project is selected to do the best alternative that we can for both Caltrans, the city, and our future development needs.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember Schwarzman.
Yeah, thanks for the great report. And also thank you for spending time with me yesterday to answer a bunch of my little small but many questions. I've got my book highlighted here, some of which hopefully gave some suggestions on the readability of this document. I think it's a really well-written document, pretty easy by a 400-page document to read and find what you're looking for pretty easily. So I commend you for that, but always ways we can improve. The one question that came up for me during your presentation was about the storm response. You referenced in your report page 74, and so I was kind of looking back at page 74 and comparing it to the numbers on the screen. I think the numbers on your slide said something like $11 million estimated in expenses, but on page 74 it says that we've spent just under $4 million, and in addition to costs incurred to date, Public Works estimates $4.3 million for future expenses. And then from the January-March storms, an additional $9.5 million of expenses. Anyway, to me, just roughly, that looks like it adds up to $18 million. So I'm just wondering what that discrepancy is, or.
Yes, so there's a couple different things happening there. So one is a timing issue. At the time that we finalized the financial plan, we had expected that San Luis Drive would be about a $3 million project. Since that time, contractors' bids have come in and it's been considerably higher. So it's increased the total cost of that project potentially upwards of $2 million. So we may be looking at a $5 million project. We just don't know. And that's part of the reason for the increase from the 4.3 to the over 5 million included on this slide. The $4 million, the $3.9 million are cost to date. So if we if we add the almost $4 million of cost to date, and again, that is largely EOC costs, emergency protective measures, debris removal, and some pothole road work. Those are the most significant pieces of that, about $4 million. The $5 million is the estimated future expense for high priority repairs. So Public Works has gone through, based upon sort of visual inspections in most cases and a little bit more detailed inspections on other areas of damage. And we have about 200 different damage areas that Public Works and Utilities are working through. And it ranges from things like San Luis Drive to trees that probably need to come out. So not everything is San Luis Drive. But if you look at those additional medium to low priority damages, that's where the additional funding comes in. So we expect that there's about $5 million, over $5 million slightly of high priority repairs, and then an additional $9.5 million of that medium to low priority work to be done. So we're looking, if we take everything together, we're looking at about, worst case scenario, $4 million to date, $5 million for high priority work, and then $9.5 million for medium and low priority work. And the financial plan identifies $11.75 million. So we're still having conversations about whether or not we need to do, certainly are going to need to do probably some of the medium priority work, but we're still having conversations about whether or not we take on the low priority work. And that's going to be, you know, an assessment of the benefit of completing the work as we prepare for a potential wet winter, damage and risk posed by any of the risks to the community posed by any of the damages already sustained, and then balancing that, of course, with funding availability.
And so this is probably a really hard question to answer, but do we think that most of that 18 or 19 million might be best case scenario reimbursable, you know, to a 90 something %, or is that unrealistic? Or is that impossible to answer?
I think it's not impossible to answer. I think it's a little bit early to give any certainty along those lines. We have heard already, like we talked about previously, we've been meeting weekly with our FEMA program delivery manager. He's starting to include a representative from Cal OES in those questions, and we of course have E&Y, Ernst & Young, on board to help with disaster recovery technical assistance. I can say that while we don't have certainty about our potential for reimbursement, we are getting very good feedback about the processes we've been following to do this work. We aren't just going out and doing the work as quickly as we possibly can. We're being deliberative and making sure that we're following our purchasing processes, and we're having FEMA come out and do some of the inspections that they need to do. And so all of that delays some of the work a bit, but ultimately sets us up to be better positioned to receive maximum reimbursement. We've heard, based upon our feedback from FEMA and from our E&Y consultants, that our documentation looks pretty good. It looks like we've done the right things, but those people will not be around when it comes time to decide how much money we actually get back. And that could be a years-long process. And so I think that we are in a pretty good spot, but this is going to pass through many hands. And you know, I think we've done a good job with what we can control. And Public Works and Utilities have been a really good partner in that, and we've had to pump the brakes and say, okay, hold on, let's do these 5 things before we go do what we need to do. And I think that work will serve us well, but only time will tell.
Can I ask a question that ties on to that? So at one point, we kind of were looking at about $9 million would be reimbursed, but now that the March was declared by FEMA, a possible storm that would be reimbursed as well, I didn't really see an exact number, or approximate number that would be now included since March was included?
Yeah, and that's a great question. So part of the reason for that is now that we now have coverage for the March storms. There's conversation that opens us up for conversation with FEMA and the state about what is really January versus what is really March. And so now that we have coverage for March, there's a possibility that some of what occurred in January but was then exacerbated in March will actually be a March storm cost. And it's they're entirely separate processes. We've been working on the March storms actively with FEMA since about February, and we formally kicked off work with FEMA for March this morning. So we're a lot further behind on the March process, and we expect that we will eventually get caught up, but we've got to go through all those processes, and we're already having conversations about, well, if it was if it's January damage that was exacerbated in March, then maybe that's really a March event. And so those are some of the nuances that we're working through right now.
And not to step on what you just said there, but to maybe clarify from our conversation yesterday, you had implied, if I understood you correctly, that the much larger majority of the work is due to the January storms, and it was a small percentage probably of the expense that will be from the February, March, like a tiny portion in comparison to the 9 million.
That is still what we expect, yes.
And then following up on Councilmember Pease's question about the item on parking minimums, just wondered, I was kind of looking through the work plan, and that topic came up during strategic budget direction, I think after we had, or as we were looking through the work plan, and hear what Community Development Director Cadron said about his process and the way he sees the potential scoping of an item coming together. But just wondering if it would be worth to memorialize that we want to work on this a little bit, or that we're going to at least look into an item, if it would be worth adding an item for the 23-24 period to scope and analyze existing resources to implement an item on parking minimums potentially in the 24-25, just so there's a line item in the work plan that if people are looking for that topic, that they would be able to find.
Yeah, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Schwartz, that sounds like a great, is there an idea where you would nest that under a major city goal?
I was thinking under housing and homelessness. That seemed like the most logical place, somewhere between, 3.1 and 3.2. Yeah.
So we'll just note that, so that if whatever action the council takes tonight, we'll just note that we'll modify and we'll add a new work program with the timetable, so that the final published budget has that as part of the reportable work program items that we'll come back to the council on.
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, and thank you so much for the question about March. I had the same question. Coming back to our April meeting, we had discussed back in April that even though childcare had been sort of a central part of our discussion during goal setting, we didn't have a lot of new line items, new spending that was being allocated within the budget. With notable exceptions of the grants to low-income families for accessing city services around that, and also the CAPS via CAPSLO, and then also the city startup grants for new daycare centers. Both of these are incredibly important, but when it was brought up back in April, there was reference to some ongoing talks that were happening around potential collaborative opportunities between the city and some of our regional partners. And I just wanted to take a moment to revisit that if we could, get an update on what's going on with that. And also at the time we had talked about potentially being able to have wiggle room within the budget if opportunities arose. So I just wanted to make sure that we still have that on our radar.
So Madam Mayor and Councilmember Francis, so we have got a jump start on the work program that starts on July 1. So we haven't started these efforts, but we've started having some conversations on the heel of Ms. Wen's presentation, I think that happened back in February, if I recall. So we've had some of those discussions. I think we've identified where there's some opportunities, where we thought there might be some opportunities, and it turns out that they're probably more longer term. In the short of it, I think, is that if you recall, there was a partnership between the county, the university, the city, and Cal Poly to basically look at a whole host of studies to look at how we might want to leverage assets and what roles different organizations might want to play. There is some funding that's left over from that work. I think where we are now is that we've got some ideas about potentially a partnership for some employer-based childcare. That's an acute interest of particularly both Cal Poly and the school district and the city. And so the idea is, and we need to circle back with the partners, and I think we've got a meeting, and I'll look to Greg to probably give some more details, but we're gonna have a meeting to follow up exactly about how we might wanna fund some sort of feasibility study. There is some models out there. I think it's been referenced in the past, Davis and in Sacramento, where there's some city school district university models, and so that's what we'd be pursuing. But I want to just be clear that these are not short-term solutions. The short-term solutions are really the ones that we're funding via the catalyzing grant program that's partnered with CapSlow. That's really the most effective way. Absent a shell building, showing up that fits the needs that we can get licensed, which is, improbable. This is more of a longer term. Our best candidate sites are going to be schools. And so that's what we're looking at. It's also helpful to know that with the bond measure that was passed by Slow Coastal, child care is fortunately part of the programming that they're going to be looking at as they look at improvements at the elementary school. So I know Greg and his team are going to be particularly working with Mr. Pinkerton and others at the school district to making sure that we have a seat at the table so that there are facilities. That has been our number one challenge, that and now workforce has been our biggest challenge, but it's really making sure that we're at the table. Greg, I don't know if I missed anything. Please come up and join the conversation.
Good evening, and thanks everybody. Just to kind of add on to what City Manager Johnson stated, is we are in those contacts with our partners, but they've also got grant funding from the state, so they're expanding their TK and Kinder programs. So they're now expanding the free programs for each elementary school and on campus. So that's actually benefiting both agencies and our community in the fact that they might be enrolling through the city program, but it's being paid for by the school district. And again, that's not a long-term solution. That's a grant fund they used this year, and they're going to be able to do it next school year. And so really our age group now is kind of that almost 4-year-olds all the way up until we're more that 6th grade, 12, 13 is kind of our wheelhouse as far as the school age group. So, and as City Manager stated, we'll be revisiting our conversations now that, as you can imagine, the partners that we're with are winding down school year and starting up summer programs just like we are. So we'll revisit with that, and we are identifying some facilities to pursue as a pilot program to really support that employee focus.
Excellent. Yeah, because that big gap is going to be the 0 to 4 now. And so that employer-based childcare is going to be really essential.
I think the timing with that, Councilman Francis, is with our with Greg Herman and Lee Johnson supporting with that around $25,000 per year, almost $50,000 for the financial plan to let private businesses kind of feed into that preschool age group.
Yeah, that's an incredibly important program. Just to make sure I'm understanding, we were talking earlier about the additional funding that was First Five had in hand that could potentially be funding our scoping of opportunities within that partnership that was discussed.
I think we have what, about $40,000?
Yeah, we all contribute. All 4 agencies contributed, so there's some leftover funds that we want to pool together, and that'll be part of our conversations. And we'll include first 5 to then do that feasibility study on facilities in our city limits and the county-wide. But we're focusing on, again, our city limits to kind of support the 3 entities that we're partnering with.
And does that require any sort of direction from the city council at this stage, or?
No, I don't think so. I think the question for you, council members, is whether or not you feel like the work program adequately describes, the intentions of the council to seek some sort of employer-based model. So if you wanted to add a work program, I think that we're working on anyways, and Greg, I don't know if it's encapsulated already, to have it, I think it's there.
Yeah, it's in the language.
And so we've got the
broad.
money. The money is currently sitting with First 5, and so they've asked the partners what we want to do with it. And so it's fairly clear that there's consensus amongst all of the group to then focus the energies on potentially exploring this partnership.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And while I have you,
I think Councilmember Shores wanted to add to
Sorry.
that too.
I just wanted to chime in that on page 44 of the financial plan, work plan item 1.2I, I think is about that topic.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Proactively evaluate and implement after briefing council on opportunities to partner with Cal Poly Slow Coastal on childcare programs.
Yep. Total change of subject here,
Okay.
but I was looking through some of the budget numbers and future years for the golf course, and there was looking like there was going to be some significant infrastructure upgrades. I was really interested to see an analysis sometime in the next 6 months, a year, with a little bit more detail there on the golf course as a cost center for the city.
We were expecting some of that kind of question. Thank you,
Appreciate
sir. Yeah, the last time the golf course had a thorough assessment was in 2015, and that was really a transition from a different model of cost recovery. So at this point, we've had a couple rough months during the storm. We had nearly 65 days of closure. January and March were both double digits in the 22 to 24 days of closure. And we have an aging infrastructure of a late 1960s to early 1970s golf course.
Yeah.
So yeah, if that's a direction that council would like us to do, we're doing it currently on a more informal stage. But if it's a more formal report on both cost recovery, programming, infrastructure, we're looking at, again, future CIP requests for infrastructure of irrigation support and more drought tolerant turf and landscape to kind of like make the course a little more sustainable for the future.
Yeah, that'd be something I'd be interested in seeing, and I'll have to defer to the rest of my council to see if that's something they're also interested in.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Well, I'm going to add to that, Greg. So going back to page 44 and 1.2, I think I guess it says with other partners, but I feel like we're looking at, there's not an opportunity in here with these 2 work plans to go ahead and let go of one of our projects to give it to another nonprofit partner and expand our capacity in another one. I'm just wondering, does that really cover that as one of the many options?
I'm not quite sure if I'm following. Go ahead.
So in 1.2, this is saying, looking at our programs in conjunction with other partners. So Fun and Sun, right, with the school. But if it makes more sense for us to give up our Fun and Sun, give it to another group that wants to pay for it all together, and we can expand capacity at somewhere else, there's just different ways to looking at it that we haven't necessarily included. And so I just wondered, do we have to actually give direction on every single possible variation, or do you need something in that realm?
I would imagine, we wrote that we have multiple partners. There's YMCA, that's not part of our child care study that we've been talking about lately, but we have YMCA, there's Boys and Girls Clubs, there's, other agencies that could come around in the city that we partner with. We have a lot of contract classes that we utilize for parks and recreation. So I think our goal was to always utilize and be able to utilize the many facets of different partnerships that are in our community that would work the best.
Okay.
And then if we want to propose something of shifting our business model, we would then come to both Parks and Rec Commission as well as the council.
Okay, great.
But I think for that goal and that a target in a sense is to really make sure that we're using the funds most appropriately and we're
Right.
supporting the community.
Right,
So if we're going to be able
exactly.
to partner with a different group that can be a little more successful or be able to have those resources and we can pivot our resources to a new initiative, that's an opportunity.
Okay. And then the second one there, 1.2, I guess H versus I, we're looking at Cal Poly here, which says major employers, but what about the economic development aspect of just any other private organization? I mean, I don't want to, I have no preference in KinderCare, just what we used when the kids were little. Like, there's other private companies out there that we don't even have in this community. Is that covered in this with saying 1.2.I the way it says?
So I think that's a good question. I think that ultimately that was the work that we did with the zoning ordinance. And so, if there's a private company who wants to come in and repurpose an existing building within our zoning and do, I think that's great. We would support that through economic development. And so that would be something that Lee and his team, Molly and his team would support. So I don't think you need to spell that out per se.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I was just seeing if the vice mayor left the city clerk any questions for us to keep in. So with all the questions being out there, we'll go ahead and move on to public comment. City clerk, do we have public comment?
Yes, we have two, Christian O'Neill and Leanne Standish.
If you still have public comment, go ahead and put in your half sheet. There's the one right behind the city clerk.
Hey, how's it going? All right, my name is Christian, and I'm here to talk about a very serious problem. You guys were talking about budget, and I think I have a way to help everybody make more money, and it's not drop shipping, okay? So the homeless people here, they're evolving. Everything they do is an act to be the underdog and lower the expectations of the public, okay? So when you see them going down the street and they're pushing a cart full of just miscellaneous items, how do we know that's miscellaneous? They could be doing this to lower our expectations and pull the wool over our eyes. They could be transporting supplies to build a Mars-bound missile, and they use the cloak of homelessness to avoid confrontation. I fear that they're planning something similar to the Planet of the Apes, where they play dumb until it's time for change. Okay, Mayor? The other day, I saw a homeless person using a pothole in the road as a way to eat his oatmeal, and I've seen homeless people build one bed, one bath that was 400 square feet out of boxes and tarps. He even built a projector that makes it look like there's more stars in the sky to help negate light pollution. These are feats that only crackheads can pull off. No sober person would have the energy to pull this off. What I think gives them this superpower is a substance known as crack cocaine. This substance gives them unlimited energy and creativity to work day and night on world domination. The only way to prevent crackheads from world domination is fighting fire with fire. We use tax money to send every housed individual a weekly care package of crack via mail. We need to first decriminalize crack and stop the propaganda that crack is whack. If everyone is on crack, then nobody is on crack. We need to even the playing field with these crafty crackheads, and this may seem like a silly, goofy problem, but I assure you that it's way more urgent than you can imagine. I've never heard a crackhead say, I don't have money today, so I guess I can't smoke crack. And I think that's the type of work ethic we need back behind the civilians of San Luis Obispo, the working individuals. If we all don't start smoking crack right now, by the end of 2024, the world will be dominated by high-octane and motivated crackheads. So I'm asking you guys, the city council, to address me as the plug and hit me up for the Lolo.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Leanne Standish.
Thanks, Andy.
Madam Mayor, members of council. As the arts person in the room, I tend to believe that everything is a performance piece, right? I wanted to stand up as the director of the Art Museum and thank you, Council, for your continued and growing investment in public art. I'm really excited about the progression of our public art in the city, everything from Maria Meltani's Seven Sisters to the current David sculpture on the museum lawn. These projects are an important part of placemaking in our community. This morning, I walked a group of journalists from all over the country through our public art and really found them to be very engaged with our program. And I want to just tell you one more thing about that. Your investment as a community, as community leadership leads to other investments. So the museum was recently awarded a $75,000 National Endowment for the Arts Our Town grant, specifically because of our partnership with the city, and that will allow us to extend even the funds that you've already invested to do more. So I thank you very much for your investment, for your leadership, for your tireless work at this hour of night. Bravo you. Cheers. Thank you so much. Are there any other?
No, there's not.
Okay. I love seeing the money leveraged for grants all around. Councilmember Pease.
I'm glad he, broke at the very end, just to make sure that we're clear on the performance piece of that. So I'm supportive of the budget. I think we've talked about the little bit of clarification in the language in terms of that parking reduction. I look forward to having that conversation about the Prado Road overpass. That includes options, because we need some options on that one. We just do. And then we didn't talk about it, but I anticipate that always interested in increasing our transit. And I'm looking forward to the results of the innovation study and then followed by the short range transit plan. And I think that will be an opportunity for us to understand where money is best spent. We have a great investment on EV buses, but if we don't have the frequency and the hours of operations, it's not going to be as effective as we want it to be. So I do think that there's going to be a conversation at that time. Other than that, I think our city manager laid out the successes and the challenges, and that this budget, it responds to those beautifully. It's responsible and ambitious. It has continuity and innovation. So it's really about implementation of ongoing efforts, reflecting our values, and with a lot of integrity. So I'm prepared to support it.
Well said. Councilmember Shoresman.
Well, ditto. I totally agree with everything you said. And I'd also just like to comment on the process and thank all the staff for all the work that they've been doing over the last many months, getting this process to be smooth and clear. And many of you are here tonight, so thank you personally for all the work that you've done to make this as easy and as painless as possible for all involved, council, community, all of the above. I agree with the comments about transit, looking forward to seeing that change and grow and the innovation study results. Also really excited about all the housing and homelessness activities that we have going on in the next couple of years. Always going to be concerned and thinking about CalPERS and how we're going to continue to make those additional pension contributions as often as we can, as well as refilling our reserves. It's been a tough couple of years with lots of things that have made us dip into those, and I hope that we can continue to make sure to keep that along with pension on our radar when we have the opportunities to invest in those areas. and happy to see us all continuing to think creatively about new ways of doing things. So thank you so much. I'm looking forward to supporting my first 2-year financial plan.
That's right, first one. Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, thank you. Just wanted to start, as everybody else has, with thanking the staff through this process, both Councilmember Shoresman and I going through it for the first time from this side. It's been actually just a complete treat, and this document is absolutely beautiful. There's a lot to be excited about inside of it. So thank you so much for that. And also I want to thank all of the community advocates who have been coming out and getting their voices heard. Hopefully everybody feels like their values and the things that they've been fighting for are reflected in this budget. I was really excited to see so many folks coming out to all of the different community meetings. It was really great. You can also count me as a big part of the fan club for transit. So I'm also very much looking forward to that study and finding out how we can really start to get more folks out there riding our buses and some of our short range transit options that I hope we can implement a little bit down the line. I'm also going to be supporting the budget, and thank you for some of the clarification around some of the things that we really want to see reflected, all of our priorities being reflected in this budget, particularly around childcare. It's a huge deal, and I love what we're doing already, and I'd love to see us doing more. So thanks.
Thank you. As everyone's already said, ditto. I'll try to add the things that have not been said, other than yes, in favor of transit. And I would say that so much so that I would really love for us to continue to be innovative and think about how to help seniors and people with differing abilities get around our community smoother, since we are taking away parking, we are changing things to make it work. And while that multimodality of transportation is great, for some people that's challenging. So how do we keep them in mind in this process? And as always, I'm always thrilled that when we look at our budget and what we're able to do with grants and different funding, we are able to do so much more than a city of 47,000 people. So I'm just really thrilled to see that. And this report continues to get more, just better and better each time. When I was looking at this and looking at the CIPs in the back, it just was like, this is so clear and easy to read if someone wanted to, that this is fabulous. So thank you. And of course, I know it's required, but always happy to see a balanced budget. And June 6th, nice and early, we get to provide that and present that to the community. So I think that's really, really exciting. And I am curious with Prado how that will come about as we continue this process. And I very much appreciated Mr. Horn's shovel-ready conversation, because I know that as we've been talking to people in Sacramento around getting funding, whether it's federal funding or Sacramento state funding, it is about shovel-ready projects. So I appreciate that we're always looking at that. So at this point, I will not continue and drone on, and I would just like to go ahead and move forward. Councilmember Shoresman, would you like to make a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion to support the 23-25 financial plan and the 23-24 budget.
Great. Councilmember Francis.
I am happy to second that.
Wonderful. City Clerk, may we have roll?
Councilmember Shoresman?
Yes.
Councilmember Francis?
Yes.
Councilmember Pease?
Yes.
Mayor Stewart?
Yes, and the motion passes 4-0 with no vote from Vice Mayor Marks. Thank you so much, and thank you for everyone who was here and ready to answer a zillion questions from us, or some questions from us. We have one small thing left, which is our communications and liaison reports. And usually Vice Mayor Marks has lots to say from IWMA and 3CE, but of course she's not here today. I will just give a quick, not my whole entire life of what I just did over the last 2 weeks, but we do have a lot coming up with the League of Cities, and I did meet today with Dave Molinax and looking at planning out our next, basically our next 6 months and what we'll be doing. So lots of things to look forward to, as well as heading down to Pomona with at least a couple of us coming down to Pomona for some policy committee and really looking at how do we help shape housing, homelessness, transportation, water, and so much more. So I'll pass it over to Councilmember Pease.
Thank you so much. Just a heads up that tomorrow is SLOCOG that will be considering final adoption of the regional transportation plan that they presented to us a couple of weeks ago, the draft, and it's incorporated a lot of the staff's comments. But it's a pretty big deal for our region, and it has implications into the housing infrastructure plan, the HIP as it's known, so which will also come before us at some point for consideration. So yeah, big things happening at SLOCOG in terms of regional cooperation I really appreciate.
Nice, thank you, Councilmember Shoresman.
I will keep my updates brief. It's actually been 3 weeks, I think, so it seems like there's been a lot going on. It's because it's been 3 weeks since our last meeting. So, but the highlights of what I've participated in the last few weeks, Bike Month came to a close, had the opportunity to go to several bike breakfasts. Great to see those. I think my son tried to make it to 3 or 4 in one morning a couple of times. I'm not sure how many breakfasts he had those days, but yeah, popular with the teenage crowd. Attended an HSOC meeting week before last. Really good, interesting stuff going on there. Reports of all the different grants being applied for by the different cities in partnership with the county on different types of sheltering options. There's just a lot in the hopper right now, so that's exciting to see. Had the opportunity to attend the State of the City with the mayor and city manager last week. Great and inspiring, and when you listen to everything that's happened, it's like, wow, so no wonder we're all a little tired because there's a lot going on, all good stuff. And then Friday, had the opportunity to attend the Textures opening of their new salon and social space and meeting space, and it was very, very well attended. Lots of people really excited about the opening of that place, and what a transformation to turn an old, fish restaurant into this beautiful, cozy little hair salon space. Just really cool to see. So I'll end there.
Councilmember Francis.
Yeah, I had the opportunity to attend the Nacimiento Commission on the 25th of May. Got some updates on the emergency repairs that need to happen on the pipeline there. At the time, they were doing borings, I believe, that week, and they were hoping to have those reports back from Geotech by the end of June. Probably 3 years for a permanent repair at this point, but hoping to have the High Line temporary repair in place by fall, which is great. And then I also had an opportunity to sit in on the Air Pollution Control District for Vice Mayor Marks, and got some updates on some of their grants programs, mostly for farm equipment, some exploration of marine speed limits for shipping companies, and some updates on prescribed burns up at Camp Roberts. So it was a very interesting meeting. They were going to be doing some updated presentations on science around the Oceano Dunes, PM10 violations at upcoming meetings, and so that should be something to look forward to. And also really excited that I am now CAPSLO liaison to Friends of 40 Prado board, and looking forward to my first meeting this week.
That's awesome. And I just, I forgot to mention, obviously, since we had our last meeting, there have been a couple graduations. We have a couple more for Cuesta and for Slow High and Mission and Cal Poly and junior high and all the elementary schools. So quite amazing. I was lucky enough to provide the community service awards for the high school on Monday, SLO High School. And I mean, we just have some amazing students and amazing young people in this community. And I just wanted to also kind of give a shout out and congratulations. Obviously, we had Pride Fest, and we also had the Greek Festival this weekend. And the Councilmember Shoresman and the city manager and I were able to go to the annual Reach Appreciation event, which really shared the whole year of all the different economic development activities they've been doing and how do we work regionally together and go forward. And if you are a biking enthusiast, tomorrow is the AIDS Life Cycle ride, which we're a little part of the fourth stage over at LOVR, so go check it out. All right, well, thank you so much. I hope everyone has a good rest of your evening, and we'll see you in a couple weeks.